every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Welcome to Global News on Signaturetv. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, former President Jonathan berates 7 governors and senior political office holders for converging on Oshobo for Guber poll. Borno Governor Babagana Zulum demands overhaul of Nigeria's agri-mechanization strategy. United States lifts 12-year restriction on Nigerian vessels. And President Trump declares Straits of Hormuz new U.S. territory in social media post. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
Goodluck Jonathan has condemned the growing practice of serving governors, former governors, and senior political office holders converging on states during off-cycle governorship elections. In a statement on Tuesday, Jonathan noted that the trend witnessed in Osun, Ekiti, and Ondo states is not a practice that should become normal in a democratic society. He argued that while parties have a right to campaign, the overwhelming presence of governors, former governors, and federal officials on election day crosses a line, warning that if unchecked, the practice could turn elections into battles for political survival. Jonathan said he had to intervene when similar incidents happened during his presidency in the 2013 Anambra and 2014 Ekiti governorship elections, when he ordered senior political leaders who mobilized and descended upon the states to leave the states immediately. According to Jonathan, those who occupy public office must recognize that their conduct carries a greater responsibility and that the power and influence attached to public office should be used to strengthen democratic institutions, not to create apprehension among political opponents or citizens. Praising the Independent National Electoral Commission for its performance in the election, the ex-president said it showed that Nigeria's democratic institutions are maturing, noting that the outcome demonstrates that despite challenges, INEC possessed the capacity to conduct elections in a manner that strengthens public confidence in the democratic institutions. A former Niger State Commissioner for Information, Culture and Tourism, and chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, Jonathan Vatsa, wants President Bola Tinubu to change the style of his administration and urgently reconnect with Nigerians if he hopes to secure victory in the 2027 presidential election. Vatsa said the outcome of a recent governorship election in Osun State was a strong warning to the APC and an indication that political structures and governance alone may not be enough to deliver victory for the president in 2027. In a statement in Minna, Vatsa said the performance of the APC during the Osun election showed that the party must return to the grassroots and address the economic challenges confronting Nigerians. Said that the president may have made mistakes by allowing state governors to control funds accruing from the removal of fuel subsidy, but said it was not too late for the administration to change its approach and reconnect directly with the masses. Elijah funds saved from fuel subsidy removal were likely being channeled to state governments without corresponding improvement in the living conditions of the people, with Nigerians holding the president responsible for their economic hardship. Basso maintained that the 2027 elections will not be a child's play, arguing that Nigerians had become more politically conscious and were no longer easily influenced by political structures or prominent personalities. The Independent National Electoral Commission has dismissed claims of ghost and hired voters during the Osun State governorship election, saying the bimodal voter accreditation system made such voting impossible. The Chief Press Secretary to the INEC Chairman Dayo Oketola also urged Nigerians to be wary of unverified information and videos circulating online after the election, noted that one cannot vote in an election unless he has been registered and accredited for that specific polling unit. Oketola said the election recorded over 50% voter turnout, which he described as higher than that of other recent off-circle elections, saying that voter apathy remains a major problem in Nigerian elections, which enhances poor governance in the country as the majority simply give their voice to the minority. Oketola said a peaceful conclusion of the election, despite tensions before the poll, reflected what he described as a consistent level of maturity in Nigeria's democracy. The United Kingdom has raised concerns over vote buying, voter interference, and challenges associated with the deployment of a bimodal voter accreditation system during last Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. The British High Commission, in a statement issued in Abuja, commended the people of Osun State for the peaceful and active participation in the election and said the experience should provide lessons for the 2027 general elections. The Commission said it had met with a range of stakeholders before the election and deployed accredited observers to monitor the exercise, noting that the observations of its team and findings from credible independent observer groups with wider deployment across the state showed several positive developments. Identify the opening of polling units as scheduled in many locations, commitment of security personnel to maintaining order, and the effective implementation of electoral procedures by officials of Independent National Electoral Commission as among the positive developments recorded during the election. The UK also commended the voters for their participation, patience, and resilience throughout the exercise, but said it observed isolated incidents that generated tension before and during the election, and identified voter interference, including vote buying across party lines, as a significant challenge. It also raised concerns about access to polling facilities for persons living with disabilities and elderly voters, as well as overcrowding arising from the speed and limited availability of BVAS devices for voter accreditation. The governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, has called for a fundamental change in the way agriculture is handled in Nigeria. Speaking at a high-level national policy dialogue on agricultural mechanization in Abuja, Zulum emphasized that modernizing farming is critical to increasing food production for a growing population, creating jobs for the youth, and reducing heavy food imports. Governor Zulum, who is himself an expert agricultural engineer, insisted that effective agricultural mechanization must move beyond mere distribution of tractors to timely access to land preparation, planting, harvesting, storage, and processing. This, he said, demands robust collaboration between government bodies, the private sector investors, financial entities, research institutes, and farmers' organizations.
Our farmers need timely access to land preparation, planting, precision input application, harvesting, post-harvest handling and processing. This requires strong partnership between government and the private sector, financial institutions, research institutions, and farmers' organizations. For Borno State, this transformation is particularly important. Agricultural investment is central to our strategy for rebuilding livelihoods, restoring communities.
Presentation during the panel discussion A former Nigerian ambassador to Japan and an agricultural engineer, Professor Yisa Ganna, noted that no nation can achieve mechanization based on imported machines and technology. Professor Ganna also emphasized the need to tackle the challenge of power in the country without overdependence on solar, which he said is just a stopgap. He mentioned that the country's power supply has remained at an abysmal 5,000 megawatts for over 20 years now. More than 20 persons have been killed and several others injured after gunmen attacked Bingwe community in Magun local government area of Plateau State. The attack, according to residents, occurred between midnight on Monday and the early hours of Tuesday. An eyewitness, Daniel Musa, who spoke to journalists, disclosed that attackers were heavily armed, moved from house to house, forcing their way into homes and attacking residents who were asleep. Stated that as of Tuesday morning, there were over 20 deaths, while several others sustained serious injuries, while some people were still missing. Another resident, John Daliop, who confirmed the attack, described the situation as terrible and appealed to the new Commissioner of Police in the state to act quickly and go after those responsible. The Inspector General of Police, Tunde Disu, has warned Nigerians against taking the law into their hands, declaring that anyone who assaults or kills a suspect through mob action will face murder charges. Speaking in a video, the IGP said mob justice can no longer be excused as community action, saying that those involved in such acts risk the death penalty under the Nigerian law. The IGP also warned that those who incite, organize, film, circulate videos of mob attacks or prevent police intervention could be prosecuted for conspiring to commit murder, which carries a prison sentence of up to 14 years. Disu revealed that he has directed commissioners of police across the 36 states and the FCT to treat every case of mob action as homicide and conduct full-scale investigations using available forensic and intelligence tools. He urged citizens to report suspects to law enforcement agencies instead of resorting to violence. The directive by the police boss comes amid growing concerns over extrajudicial killings, including the recent death of 25-year-old University of Jos graduate Ibrahim Mbaya, who was allegedly beaten to death over being accused of stealing an iPhone 12. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has publicly destroyed over 300,000 kilograms of assorted illicit drugs worth an estimated 300 billion naira in a court-ordered exercise in Lagos. The exercise, conducted pursuant to orders of a Federal High Court, Lagos Judicial Division, involved the destruction of illicit drugs recovered in concluded cases that were not contested, as well as abandoned seizures. The destroyed substances comprised cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, cannabis varieties, including Canadian loud and skunk, ephedrine, tramadol, codeine syrup, other opioids, and cut leaves. Speaking at the exercise held at Navy Town, Ojo area of Lagos, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Marwa, described the destruction as a bold demonstration of Nigeria's determination to protect its citizens and deny criminal enterprises the resources required to thrive. Marwa said behind every kilogram of narcotics destroyed was the story of a young life at risk, a family affected by addiction, and communities endangered by drug-related crime and impaired driving. The NDLEA boss also linked illicit drug trafficking to Nigerians' broader security challenges, noted that the drug trade helps finance organized crime, terrorism, and violent extremism globally. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Mrs. Bimbola Salihu-Dain, described the scale of destruction as a sobering reminder of the threat posed by illicit drugs to communities, young people, and the collective future of the state. Nigeria's food inflation rate rose significantly by 2.79 percentage points to 20.31% in July from 17.52% in June, representing a fifth consecutive month's rise since March 2026. 20% threshold in food inflation rose in February 2021. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, disclosed this in its Consumer Price Index report for July 2026. The Bureau noted that the increase in food inflation rate was due to change in the average prices of crayfish, fresh pepper, onions, carrots, rice, water yam, tomatoes, gari, plantain, beef, egg, guinea corn, ginger, and plantain flour, among others. The Bureau added that in July 2026, food inflation on a year-on-year basis was highest in Adamawa at 51.36% and lowest in Kebbi State at 12.50%. However, the headline inflation rate fell for the second consecutive month by 0.48 percentage point to 15.43% in July from 15.91% in June, driven primarily by a deceleration in a core inflation to 14.97% in July from 15.92% in June. A new batch of 83 Nigerian nationals will arrive at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos on Wednesday via South African Airways. This was announced by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebi Ebienfa, in a statement he issued in Abuja, said that the returnees are expected to depart Oliver Tambo Airport in Johannesburg at 3:35 p.m. local time and arrive in Lagos at approximately 8:45 p.m. the same day. He said that the latest batch of returnees is being facilitated through the kind intervention and sponsorship of some public-spirited private individuals. The development follows the earlier conclusion of government's voluntary repatriation program, which saw nearly 1,490 Nigerian citizens repatriated from South Africa amid rising Afrophobic attacks and anti-foreigner sentiments in the country. He said the federal government, under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu, remained unwavering in its commitment to safeguarding the welfare and dignity of all Nigerians at home and abroad. The United States Coast Guard has lifted the condition of entry imposed on vessels arriving in the United States from Nigeria, marking a major breakthrough in Nigeria's maritime sector. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, who disclosed this in a statement, said the decision brings to an end a 12-year regime of enhanced security requirements on vessels calling at Nigerian ports before entering the United States. Oyetola said the lifting of the restriction was a strong affirmation of the progress made by Nigeria in strengthening its maritime security architecture and implementing the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code across the country's ports and maritime facilities. They attributed the achievement to sustained efforts by the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy through the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, collaboration with relevant government agencies, port operators, terminal and facility operators, shipping companies, and other stakeholders. Over the past 2 years, the United States Coast Guard conducted 4 comprehensive assessments of Nigeria's National Maritime Security Framework and port facilities, which highlighted the significant progress in Nigeria's maritime security performance and implementation of the ISPS code, leading to the lifting of the condition of entry. The minister also commended the Director General of NIMASA, Dayo Moberiola, and his team for their contribution to the development, describing the lifting of the restriction as evidence of a positive impact of effective regulation, stakeholder collaboration, and sustained investment in maritime security. With the lifting of the restriction, vessels calling at Nigerian ports and subsequently proceeding to the United States will no longer be subjected to additional security requirements imposed specifically under the restriction. Still to come, Iran threatens new offensive while US rules out extending ceasefire deal. Russia says UK will pay for supplying drones to Ukraine. Stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Zambia's President Hakainde Hichilema has been re-elected for a second 5-year term after securing a 60% share of the vote, with his closest challenger, Brian Mundubile, getting 38% of the votes, while the remaining 12 candidates trailed far behind. The result came after a contested process, with 55-year-old Mundubile earlier claiming victory and alleging that there had been voting irregularities. It also followed the arrest of some leading opposition figures in a raid on Friday, who the authorities accused of plotting an insurrection. The statement, after being declared the winner, Hichilema, 64, said it's truly humbled by the trust placed in his hands. He said the election showed that Zambia was a place of peace, law and order, and hundreds of Hichilema's supporters, dressed in the red colors of his United Party for National Development, flooded the streets of the capital, Lusaka, to celebrate after the results declaration. Mundubile had earlier alleged that there had been discrepancies between polling station results and those officially announced, and claimed military involvement at tallying centers. Iran says it will shift to a fully offensive military posture because efforts to negotiate a permanent end to the war with the U.S. have stalled after progress towards peace talks and a resumption of oil tanker traffic through the strategic Straits of Hormuz has ground to a halt, threatening to extend the conflict that the U.S. and Israel launched with attacks on Iran on February 28. Iranian officials said that Iranian entities must be prepared to escalate tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, a wider region, as the country will be ready to make decisions and take action on difficult decisions. A memorandum of understanding signed in June to end the war had given Iran and the U.S. until Monday to reach a final peace agreement. The agreement which declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts quickly unraveled over a dispute about control of the Straits of Hormuz, a narrow waterway through which a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas flowed before the war. In one glimmer of diplomacy, media reports said Trump had opened back-channel discussions with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which has become more powerful during the war, controls large parts of Iran's armed forces and the economy. U.S. President Donald Trump has declared the Strait of Hormuz a new U.S. territory. In a social media post, escalating his comments over control strategic waterway had made ongoing conflict with Iran. Trump on Tuesday shared a map, graphic on Truth Social, a social media platform he owns, labeling the Straits of Hormuz a new U.S. territory. The image, which was also posted on the official White House account on X, shows a blue highlighted map of the straits between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, with a circle around the narrow passage and the new words, new U.S. territory, displayed prominently. Development follows Trump's recent comments that he would declare the Strait of Hormuz U.S. territory after defeating Iran. Trump had also described the idea as a great idea and an excellent idea, citing the U.S. naval presence and blockade in the region. Latest development comes amid an ongoing standoff between the United States and Iran over the waterway, with Iran restricting access to much of the strait, while the U.S. Navy maintains a blockade of Iranian ports. Iranian officials have rejected claims of U.S. territorial control. Russia has accused the United Kingdom of deliberately opting for an escalation of the Ukraine crisis, following a confirmation that British-made drones had been used in strikes on targets in Russia. The Russian embassy to the UK said in a statement that in doing so, the United Kingdom is acting as an accomplice and a co-perpetrator of the bloody crimes and terrorist attacks. In response, a spokesperson for the British Ministry of Defence told newsmen that Britain stood shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and that Russia should be in no doubt about the resolve of the government to stand against Russian aggression. The warning comes amid reports of Russia and Ukraine exchanging another barrage of attacks overnight, Monday into Tuesday. Ukraine has repeatedly targeted a company known as Russia's version of Amazon and says that 7 out of 10 of the largest wild-berry logistics centers have been disabled. A military source confirmed that UK drones have been used in the attacks, which is said to have cost more than £35 billion in economic damage. 2 students were killed in a shooting at a high school in the southern Philippines on Tuesday. One of them, the gunman, and the second such incident in the country in less than 2 months. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ordered law enforcement agencies to investigate and to determine measures to be taken to prevent violence in schools. Shooting took place at a school attached to the privately run Ateneo do Zamboanga University in the city of Zamboanga, where the gunman brought a pistol and a rifle onto the school campus and fired at students inside the classroom. Police said the victim was a male grade 10 student and that the gunman, a grade 9 student, killed himself while 2 others were wounded. School shootings are rare in the Philippines, which has relatively strict gun ownership regulations, including background checks and physiological evaluation requirements, although illegal firearms remain in circulation. That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Most of my kissing scenes looked fake. Yeah, now. I just wasn't comfortable, honestly.
Right. He has been called the king of Kannywood, and some have called him the most successful Hausa film actor in the world. He has garnered, a string, a busload of awards, including the AMA, the Future Awards, the Leadership Award, the City People Awards, one of the original crossover acts from the Hausa film industry to the English film industry.
Well, I was challenged by my father.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, oh, you've made it in the regional movie industry, so I think it's time for you to step up your game. So you have to take up this challenge.
We go back 25 years. He was appointed the Director General of the Nigeria Film Corporation.
We did these campaigns together. They, APC, promised the stakeholders in the industry that they're going to give them appointments. And so my name was nominated. Honestly, I never knew I was the choice for the position.
How did he get into acting? He tells me that he got into acting saved him. His mother had just died.
I was so, attached to my mom. When I lost her, I was heartbroken. But that was when my career started in Kannywood. I felt as if everybody in the world has turned their back on me.
He was mourning her darkly for 4 months, couldn't work, couldn't do anything.
I became an introvert. I wasn't mixing up with people. So I just concentrated on the scripts coming to me. I think it was just this acting profession that, saved me, that I didn't go into depression.
He talks about the responsibility of being an Hausa actor. The reason why he stopped kissing or being intimate with actors in movies, even though the scenes with Jackie Api and others were used against him.
Every entertainer does what they do because they want to entertain people. So who are the large chunk of my audience? They are the people from the north. So why displease them? Let me just do what they want. And
the reason why he spoke up and supported those who asked for his fellow actor, Rahama Sadao, to adjust her style.
Even Rahama, for instance, take her into consideration. Does she dress the way she used to do before? She doesn't. She's a newly packaged Rahama. I just love her style now. Honestly, she has this, Arewa feel, which is expected of her because she's from that region. So I feel it's one thing most entertainers should take into consideration.
He talks about the stereotypes he has had to deal with as an Hausa actor, even though he says he has been treated very well.
It was during fasting. I was shooting in Asaba. We just finished shooting a scene, and I said to the production manager, I want to pray. And one person on that side looked at me and said, hey, you this Sharia actor. I'm like, hello.
We also talked about the surreal experience of hearing in the news that you have died and having your wife and family worried when you are alive and kicking.
When I saw it too, I'm like, is somebody in a hurry for me to die? Because I don't get it. And funny enough, these people open up these accounts with some of your colleagues' names.
ENUGU, who looks like he has not aged a minute since I first met him 20 years ago, with Chude today.
Come for me.
And anytime I see you, it's like you are aging backwards. You look almost the same way as the first time I saw you. I'm not even flattering you. So in 2022, people were shocked when you showed your son on Instagram.
Yes.
Because they couldn't believe it, of course.
Well, a lot of people say that.
Yeah.
So I take it as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
But when you look at my face, there's gray hair now.
No, there's gray hair, but you know that sometimes some young people have gray hair too, very early.
Of course.
Like in their 30s. So somebody can look at you and think, he's a young man.
But the guy don't old.
The guy don't. What is it like? I mean, you are incredibly accomplished. Incredibly. And I'm telling you, if you look at your awards, the AMAs, the Future Awards, which is when we met for the first time, the Leadership Awards, the City People Awards, you've advocated with international agencies, you've been called something like the most powerful man in Kannywood. You've acted in hundreds of films, you've acted in blockbusters, you've acted in... one of the interesting things, you did the YouTube thing before people even knew that YouTube was a thing. Incredibly accomplished. Are you surprised by how much you've done? The density of what you've done? Do you look back sometimes and think, wow? And I asked that because we're going to talk about the NFC, because it feels like another journey, after another journey. How does that feel to you?
First of all, I must say I'm grateful for this compliment, and I was a bit flattered as you were listing out all those things.
Exactly.
But then, it hasn't really been easy, and I must say it's mainly because I've been focused over the years. Right. His passion is what drove me into the entertainment field, and I've been holding it very strong. I just concentrate on what my job is. I don't get distracted easily. Right. So I'm not surprised that I was able to achieve all these things. Because I've read a lot about people in the entertainment. I've seen how their lives folded out, you know. So I was just being very careful with everything. I just concentrated on work. There was a point in time in Kannywood, what they called me, they gave me a nickname, from set to set. Right, yes. Where are you coming from? I'm from a set.
Where are you going to set?
To set, yeah. So that's what they call me.
Yes.
Yeah, so, but I must say, these factors are actually responsible for, achieving all this, and honestly, I'm not really surprised.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kannywood has a very deep, rich tradition, and for people in Lagos and other places, yes, maybe they were the first that they paid attention to, but the people who you respect and who have been in. But for many people, especially in my generation, you were the first real crossover from Kannywood to Nollywood. Yeah. Was that a deliberate plan?
Well, I was challenged by my father.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, you've made it in the regional movie industry, so I think it's time for you to step up your game. So you have to take up this challenge. Right. Which, of course, I said, how do I start? Unfortunately for me, Izu Ojukwu is one person that I've known for so many years when I started out in Jos. Right. And
he also went to the film school in Jos, didn't he?
No, not the film school. I went to the University of
Jos.
No,
not you, him.
No, Izu.
Yes, I think he did. Anyway, I think he did film.
He did. Yeah, he did a stint at the film institute, but then. You know, he was more trained by the missionaries. Right. So that's it.
So you met him in Jos?
I met him in Jos, and when he wanted to produce Sitanda for the Amstel
Malta box office.
Yeah, so he called me and said he wanted me to take the sub-lead role. Right. So I said, okay, fine. I think this is the opportunity to do what I've been challenged to do.
Right.
I took the role, and eventually, as we were shooting, something happened.
Right.
He wasn't convinced by the way the person casted was taking the lead role.
Okay.
That's the person casted for the lead role.
Right.
And he said he wants me to switch into that role. And I'm like, we shot for like 5 days. So are you going to throw away all the shots? He said yes, because he previewed the rushes and found out that the guy usually misses his lines, and I was the one that was reminding him the lines. So it means I have his lines and I have mine.
So it's not, he had already counted the cost.
Yes, So I was surprised because I never knew he was taking that into consideration.
Right.
And in fact, that's when I realized that it's very important for an actor to understand the character of their co-actor when they're on sets.
Right.
So I took the lead role, and that was what actually gave me the break.
Yes, Sitanda was a big deal because it was a great film, won many awards. It was also backed by corporate Nigeria.
Definitely.
And so it was the best way to announce your move from here to here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, your father challenged you, but then you didn't even know how to do it, and then this came.
Yeah.
Could you have imagined? You know, you've been in some of my favorite films, and I'm not even, Last Flight to Abuja, when it came out, was my favorite film.
Okay.
I think my second favorite all-time Nollywood film is The Trade.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I think The Trade, you were on fire on The Trade. I
Of course.
I can't forget that scene when you're like, he's like, sir, I think they've escaped. You're like, wow, well done.
Yeah, because he's Mr. Know-All. He knows how to do everything.
Could you have imagined that you'd have been in so many English blockbusters. Could you even have, when you started, could you possibly have imagined? Did you imagine it? Did it surprise you?
Honestly, I never imagined.
Yeah.
I never imagined, because after Sitanda, I was nominated for AMA, and fortunately, I won the Best Upcoming Actor award.
Yes.
And right there and then, when I came down the stage, about 3 filmmakers from Asaba approached me and said they have their scripts. Am I ready for it? I said, okay, let's move. Fine, let's move. And that's how I was able to penetrate the Asaba market.
Right.
And Lagos came calling and all of that. So that's how.
I think, as far as I know, you were the first person from Kannywood to penetrate Asaba.
Yeah.
I mean, it was inconceivable.
Of course.
for lead roles, because the perception that the industry was focused on Southerners, the industry was focused on even Igbo people.
Yeah.
It was so, and you carry these things so lightly. You behave as if you don't know the historic nature of the things you do.
That's because these things happen naturally. Right. So after Asaba, I was able to be on the set of Waiting the BBC World Service series.
Yes.
And that's where I met some of the graduating students from the National Film Institute, that people like Kenneth Gang, Makusari, Yinka Edward, and all of that.
Yes.
So I met them, and I noticed that their style of, work is different.
Right.
Very professional,
right.
Very technical, attention to details and all of that.
Yeah.
So when I came across them, and I said, I think it's time for me to go and do a bit of capacity building. Fortunately for me, Project ACT was on. So I was one of those that went to study filmmaking in the Asian Academy for Arts and Television in Delhi.
Yes, New Delhi.
Because most of us from Kannywood went to India for it.
Right.
On my return, I got a proposal from the U.S. Embassy in Abuja. They wanted us to go for an exchange program in the University of Southern California.
Right.
And I felt it was nice to do that.
Yeah.
They said they've approached a couple of my colleagues, but they were like, oh, by the time I go and come back, my career is finished. I have to start from scratch. But for me, I felt it was an opportunity to build on
what you had already learned.
Of course. So I went.
Right.
Came back from...
How long was it for?
That was for 2 months.
Right.
Yeah, so that's where I did transmedia storytelling.
Right, I saw that, yes.
Okay, on my return, I got an opportunity to go to Los Angeles Center Studios. That's the Relativity Education.
Right.
And I went for that too.
Okay.
So these things, were some of the factors that shaped me. I became very much aware of what kind of roles to pick. The whole storyline should appeal to you.
Yeah.
The character you're playing should be well defined.
Yes.
So that's it. And that's partly responsible for some of these projects you talked about.
Yes.
Of course.
So there was a deliberateness in selecting how you show up.
Yeah.
Let's go back to, you were born in Borno.
Yes.
Tell us about the childhood, because now when we talk, now I'm going to ask you about a lot of the young people who are now exploring the North, especially content creators, and realizing that most of the things that they were told just weren't true. But you were born in Borno. We know the news that often comes out in the press about Borno, about Maiduguri, about Chibok. What was growing up like?
I was born in Borno, but I didn't actually grow up in Borno. I grew up in Kano.
Yes,
but then I frequent Borno because Borno is my mother's state, and my grandmother used to live in Borno.
Right.
So most of the times when it's time for holidays, we usually go to Borno. It's a very peaceful place, very interesting place to be, and it's a cosmopolitan city that accommodates a lot of people, all tribes, all religions. In fact, even the indigenous of the states. You have Muslims and Christians living together in harmony and all of that. So that's it.
Yeah. When you think of that, all the things that have happened in it now, how do you respond to that?
Honestly, I feel broken because there was a time we couldn't go to visit any of our relatives that was in Borno. In fact, my mother's local government was ravaged. That's Bama local government. Some of our relatives, up until today, we've not seen them. We don't know where they went to. It's like they got lost or something. So they were displaced, actually. So it's really heartbreaking to see that some of those, beautiful memories of those days are not there anymore.
Yeah. So you mentioned your dad. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's some reports on the internet that you were raised by a single mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you raised by a single mom?
Of course I was raised by a single mom.
Right. So what happened to your dad?
Yeah, they were divorced when I was around 5, I guess.
Right. Some of the reports I saw said it was about religion.
Not really about religion.
Right.
Not really about religion.
Right.
I think it's just a mutual thing between them, and they felt it's not going to work, and they separated.
Right.
Right from when I was 5 years old,
I
never saw my dad until I graduated from secondary school.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's when we reconnected. And it was my mom that took me to him for holidays.
Right. Yeah. So why didn't you see him all that time?
Probably, because he felt she could take care of the responsibilities, and he left me with her.
Right.
Yeah,
so she had no resentment towards him?
No, she had
Right.
none. I was so, attached to my mom. When I lost her, I was heartbroken. But that was when my career started in Kannywood. And I think losing my mom was what actually made me become glued to my career.
Right. Why?
Yeah, I just withdrew into a shell. I became an introvert. I wasn't mixing up with people. So I just concentrated on the scripts coming to me, the projects I was working on.
Right, that makes sense, yeah. Something switched in you when she passed.
Of course.
And then work was not the thing that you could throw yourself into. Yeah. Your dad was a politician.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that your journey was going to lead you to government?
Not at all. Because initially, when you talk to me about politics, I don't even want to hear it.
Get involved, yes.
People at a point, because of my popularity in the North, were asking me if I was going to contest for any of the seats. And I said, no, I'm not going to contest because I don't feel like it. I just feel all these things should be things you feel you want to do, not because you're compelled to do them by people.
Right.
But eventually, I had a conversation with someone who I see as my godfather in politics.
Okay.
The present state minister for housing and urban development.
Right.
Alhaji Yusuf Atta.
Right.
So he said to me that in whatever you do globally, politics is involved. And it's always good for you to, be a part of a certain movement in politics.
Right.
He convinced me, and that's when I said, okay, fine, I think it's time for me to do it.
Right. And then after that, what happened next?
After
What's the journey from that to where we are now?
Well, it's been, movies, endorsements, a bit of politics and all of that. So, finally, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was contesting for the seat, I said, okay, fine. This is my party, so I have to do it. And that's how we started the campaign from state to state. And eventually, when he won, the present minister for arts, culture, tourism, and creative economy, Barrister Hannatu Musawa.
She's incredible.
Of course she is. Very nice person.
Yeah.
So she now said, we did these campaigns together. And they, APC, promised some of our the stakeholders in the industry that they're going to give them appointments. And so my name was nominated. They asked for our CVs, which of course we submitted. But honestly, I never knew I was the choice for the position because I just felt we were about 5 that submitted our CVs. So they now decided, okay, fine, I'm one of those that will get the appointment. And that's how.
Speaking of that, you said at some point that you were no longer going to kiss in movies or etc. because of your religion.
Yeah, because of my religion, because of the perception of my people, my tradition. And I have to really take that into consideration. I said, no, I'm not going to do it again. After all, every entertainer does what they do because they want to entertain people. So who are the large chunk of my audience? They are the people from the north. So why displease them? Let me just do what they want. And
so it's respect for the sensibilities of the people that made you, that contributed to making you
Definitely, because I feel the they deserve that.
Yes,
respect.
yes. Yeah, I love that. So there was no angst when you made that decision. It just made sense to you.
Yeah.
If these are the bulk of the people who like me, this is what they want, let's do it. I think, is that the same thing? Because you remember when the whole sanction on Rahama happened, you took a diplomatic stance. I think you said it's extreme but understandable or something like that.
Yeah.
Was that the same feeling?
Yeah, it was the same feeling.
Yeah.
Because even Rahama, for instance, take her into consideration.
Yeah.
Does she dress the way she used to do before?
Right.
She doesn't.
Right.
She's a newly packaged Rahama.
Right.
I just love her style now.
Right,
honestly,
right.
she has this Arewa feel, which is expected of her because she's from that region.
Right.
So
yeah.
I feel it's one thing most entertainers should take into consideration. Where you come from. I just came back from China. I was in a panel and we were discussing culture and technology and how technology is moving fast and how everybody is scared. Technology might take over culture, but I feel technology can take the major stride and keep going and you still remain original and, your culture doesn't fade.
Doesn't fade, yeah. Have you faced any backlash or any criticism for those stances?
I have. Of course I have.
Yeah.
Even when Rahama's case came up,
Yeah.
some people took excerpts from those films that I did with Jackie Appiah and Ogie Okoye and some of them, and they will bring those footages back.
That you've done bad things.
Yeah, but I never felt bad because these things are bound to happen. Even today, if I want to contest for a seat in the north, that will happen. Some people will say, okay, let's use those as videos against him, but it's a thing of the mind. I don't get moved by such things. They don't worry me. Most of my kissing scenes looked fake. I just wasn't comfortable, honestly.
Right. So it was like freedom when you made the decision to stop.
Yeah.
Well, can you tell me something that you've gone through that really shook you?
Something that I've gone through that really shook me. Honestly, it was when I lost my mom. When I lost my mom, I had nobody by my side. I lived in our house for about 3 to 4 months without anybody, alone. Sometimes there's no electricity, then I couldn't afford a generator, When I come back to the house, I use the local lamp or candle, and I usually sleep in darkness. I was alone.
Yeah.
I felt as if everybody in the world has turned their back on me. I was so lonely.
Right.
I think it was just this acting profession that, saved me, that I didn't go into depression. There was one other time, it was during fasting. I was shooting in Asaba.
Okay.
We just finished shooting a scene, and I said to the production manager, the next scene we're shooting, please just get a scene that I am not in because I want to pray.
Right.
And one person on that side looked at me and said, hey, you this Sharia actor. I'm like, hello? What's Sharia? I just want to pray and I'll join you guys.
Yeah.
I'm not in the whole scenes that we're shooting today. But he later apologized.
What is that like, to be fully alive and well and to see viral news saying you've died?
Honestly, it's disheartening because when I saw it too, I'm like, is somebody in a hurry for me to die? Because I don't get it.
Yes.
And funny enough, these people open up these accounts with some of your colleagues' names.
Right.
So if one is not careful,
you would think that
you think they are behind it.
Right. It's the weirdest thing. Well, thank God. God forbid that we talk about your death. There's still so much ahead for you to do.
Amen.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, Ali. It's amazing because, like I said, I met you over 20 years ago when you were nominated for the Future Awards Africa.
Of course.
And just a fresh voice and a fresh face. The beauty of it is that it's more than 20 years into your career and it still feels fresh.
Definitely.
That is not a thing to take for granted. I wish you all the best in this position and all the best for all the things that you plan to do with and after it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export.
Good morning, world. Welcome to Signature Television on Signature Morning. My name is Christopher Lele. It's the 19th day in the month of August. It seems that the year is already, gradually wrapping to that part of the year that we'll start hearing Mba month. My name is Christopher Lele. Welcome to Signature Morning. And I have with me in the studio, Mark Ginger, the guy that gingers the show. Good morning and welcome to the program, Ginger.
Yes, good morning, viewers. It's another beautiful morning, and we are here in Signature TV. And my name remains Dr. Mark Ginger Ibeneme, and I'm here to ginger the show.
All right, then. So we'll be going for a short break. We'll come back to take a look at the stories making the round on the national dailies. Stay with us. All right, now on the Vanguard newspaper, that's what we're starting with. The Vanguard, high hurdles before candidates, parties. There are a couple of riders here, and it says 8 states announce 20 million naira to 200 million naira permit fees. Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, others sign peace accord, vow issue-based campaigns. Tinubu warns against ethnic religious politics, says elections not do or die. Obi tells voters to reject violators of accord. Peace Committee warns against hate speech, violence, fake news rather. I take that again. Peace Committee warns against hate speech, violence, fake news. Voters to hit 100 million. INEC begins cleanup of register list challenges. To deploy 1.4 million ad hoc staff across 176,000 polling units. We are ready for campaigns. Labour Party speaking. Parties sign peace accord. You can see almost all the parties here. Shawara is here. Obi is here. The state to the Secretary of the Federation is also here, George Akume, and the rest of other political leaders all here to sign their own pacts. We have 24 killed, many injured in Fresh Plateau attack. Stay away from off-cycle elections, Jonathan tells governors, powerful politicians. Breach honorary degree rules, face 2-year ban. NUC wants varsities. High costs of cement. FCCPC probes possible price manipulation. Trapped in your vehicle. Lagos roads turned into extortion jungle. IBB, IGP, Ike Wachuku Osoba, and the rest for Vanguard at 40 book launch today. US lifts 12-year entry registration on Nigerian vessels. All right, that's just about it on the Vanguard newspaper. I am interested in a couple of things here, but we are going to take a look at the peace accord, later on the show, where we dissect, take a look at a couple of things and different angles. But before we look at that very one, let's look at this very one from Jonathan, where he says, stay away from off-cycle elections. Jonathan tells governors, powerful politicians. Is it really in the hands of the governors to stay away from that, or it's in the hands of the courts to rule this, or it's in the hands of the electorates?
No, I don't think what Jonathan means is that, like what played out in Osun State, where you have, I think it was 17 governors and the Senate president, all moving to Osun. To, they would claim in solidarity with their party. But when you look at the catchy,
like a way means of intimidating.
Yeah, we see the catchy of personnel that these people move into the states with you. It gives intimidation. Okay. And it's actually a wasteful one. To start with, the election, state elections are supposed to be domestic affairs of the indigenes of that state, and of course, the movement is supposed to be restricted for people who do not have any role to play in that election. And one wonders what role that these people intend to play in that election that will make this number of government officials, and they're thinking about the cost of having to, contain these people in the state, and the strain it will place on the, public infrastructure, including security. It's actually a distraction to me that they do these things, and in the case of a breakdown of law and order, it becomes more difficult to manage the situation because you have a high number of VIPs that you need to protect, and I don't see the upside of this, and I've never seen maybe a spectacular outcome following their presence like that.
But I don't really see anything wrong with that. If your party, in a particular state, is campaigning, and then you have to go support, the candidate of the party. Nobody stopped the different
We're not talking about
parties.
campaign here. You support during campaign. When the election is happening, the citizens of that state should be allowed to do their affairs. Okay, what about the general election day? How come they are not leaving their states to converge?
General election.
General election. They will stay back at home and try to take care of their business.
Yeah.
I mean, Osun people should be allowed to elect. During campaigns, yes, nobody says, and Jonathan didn't say the law stops them. It was an advice that, it does not even, the optics are not good. You can see how Nigerians felt. You see the video making rounds, showing these people as they were living the way they arrived, and people are like, mocking them for that shameful.
But Nigeria is a very funny country. You see the songs they were playing in the background.
Yeah.
They were coming down in their regalia.
So that's it. Nobody's they could campaign. Of course, they have the right to campaign for their candidates, support their candidates. They even have the right to. There is freedom of movement, but somebody's look at it from the optical point of view, or if you may a moral point of view, that there's a line that when you cross it, it becomes meddlesomeness. It becomes meddling, rather than solidarity or support. So I think that's what President Jonathan is talking about there. I mean, he's been there, he's done that. He knows, he understands the ramifications, the implications, the cost, and everything. And he's speaking from, a knowledgeable point of view, I believe.
Okay, so let's look at this. Trapped in your vehicle, Lagos roads turned into extortion jungle, and we've been talking about, is it taxing? Are we going to label this tax? This is a broad daylight.
What happens in Lagos is that street urchins, touts, and even criminals, they kind of ambush road traffic users. During the traffic, you could get robbed. They beg you, they bang on your window, practically forcing you to give them money. And when you do not comply, they break your side mirrors or spoil something.
No, that's this is even a different case. The angle you're coming in from is different. This angle that I'm understanding this is, if you are an average resident of Lagos, you understand that from one junction to the other, you'll be paying one fee or the other. You'll be paying to one a road safety person or one community, whatever it is. You just be paying one fee or the other, and that also was added money for passengers, and the drivers, the conductors, everybody is screaming and complaining about it. So I don't know if it's a tax thing, but the money you pay is just too much.
Tax, they tax the commercial bus drivers, like almost every bus stop in Lagos. If you are applying the Lekki route, for instance, I think that's the most taxed route, in Nigeria, because moving to one bus stop to another bus stop,
there's always one way of dropping one thing or the other.
Less than 1 kilometer, you pay 300 here, 500 here, 700 here, 15 here. And you are looking at a small bus carrying just 7 passengers.
And people are wondering, what are these monies used for? Because it seems Lagos already in a way touched.
Lagos is overtaxed, and it has really affected the cost of transportation. I remember those days in Lagos, moving around Lagos was cheap. But nowadays, it has become like, traveling from one point to another in Lagos, it's costlier than traveling from, one state to the other. And it's basically because of all these charges.
You can say that again. Imagine you're on the island and you have to go to the mainland. It's like you traveling from Ogun State to Lagos State or from any other state, because you just have to pay. And the traffic alone, you take hours before you get to these places. So that is really challenging for people residing over there. But I guess they're used to it and they like it.
Well, nobody can be used to suffering, and the truth is that they don't like it. When you don't have an option, what would you do? You try to survive. I mean, when you interrogate the residents, and of course that's where this is coming from, everybody is groaning under the weight of the Lagos. In Lagos, they tax you for everything. They could tax you for the very air you breathe. In Lagos, they tax for everything. You could not get away from tax in Lagos. Well, then there are opportunities. But the problem also with taxing Lagos is that the infrastructure gap is very enormous. It's stark. When you come into Lagos, you just notice that this is a city, growing under its own weight. The roads are very bad. From the major roads to the streets, most of the streets are, in fact, most of the streets, I don't want to say 90%, but if you actually do a survey, it should be up to that. They are completely washed away, dilapidated. People are building, however they like. The business of the government is to come in to tax you. If you like build inside the Atlantic Ocean, they will tax you. So Lagos is a growing slum, and I wish that something would be done about that city that has, provided succor for Nigerians. Lagos is the go-to place in Nigeria where you're seeking for escape, where you're seeking for opportunities. No matter how bad things are in Lagos, Nigerians will always run to Lagos. I mean, I don't know what it is in Lagos that attract people there, but people always find a way to survive in Lagos more than every other city.
Lagos is a cool place. It could be crowdy and rowdy and razzy, whatever you want to call it, but Lagos still remains one of my favorite places I've stayed.
Lagos cannot be my favorite place. It's a place to go for survival. If you talk about survival, if you talk about opportunity, but if you had money, I'm not sure, and your business can function with you not staying in Lagos. I've seen people who lived in Abuja and flying to Lagos to work. For work. If you can afford that lifestyle, you could do it. I mean, Lagos is crazy.
I think Lagos is individual. Okay, there are people that love the crowdy, the noisy.
No, nobody likes.
I like it. I'm telling you, I like it. You don't say nobody. I'm sorry.
Noise.
No, I like it.
Yet here you are in the ENUGU, enjoying the solitude and the calmness.
I've lived all my life in quiet places. I'm telling you the fact. I've lived all my life in quiet places, and a part of me likes that noise, that thing. It kind of keeps me alive. Like gives me this.
You are not a trader in a Ogologo market. You're sitting here in a cozy AC studio.
Come on, don't do that.
You should be in Alama International Market. Oh, should okay.
But I'm serious. If you go to Lagos now, many people will tell you that they love it out there. And if I've known someone, I know someone that is planning on leaving ENUGU for Lagos because he feels ENUGU is too quiet and too calm.
The person is not seeing the opportunities that he thinks that Lagos will give to you.
Well, I'm telling you, it's an individual thing.
I'll give an arm and a leg to stay back in ENUGU. If I'm in Nigeria, this is the place I want to be.
That is you. I'm not saying, of course, ENUGU is beautiful. ENUGU is peaceful, it's quiet, it's calm. Yes, but same time,
home is somewhere that you should have succor.
And who says people don't have succor in Lagos? Come on, don't do this. Let's not go there. Lagosians will come for you. Don't go there.
They cannot come for me. Even the so-called highbrow areas in Lagos, like Lekki, phase 1 and phase 2. Like in the rainy season now,
you don't want to go there actually.
You don't want to go there. Yeah. It's like people pack out of their houses, VGC. And these are places that you spend billions of naira to get a property. And the infrastructure is just practically non-existent.
Are you also aware that ENUGU is also suffering with the whole water issue that they don't have? So it has its good and bad.
The water thing in ENUGU is still manageable. Listen, you can buy water, all right, but you can't buy solitude in Lagos. You can buy water, and by the way, it's more than 40% of ENUGU has water. Sometimes we exaggerate distance, and that's not.
And sometimes you also exaggerate Lagos too. Not all parts of Lagos are flooded.
You can Google Lagos here.
Not all parts of Lagos are flooded.
You can look at which part of Lagos is not flooded by human beings.
Not all parts of Lagos is flooded.
Where do you see road in Lagos? Is it Festa? Is it Surulere? Is it even Ikeja? Is it Lekki phase 1 or 2? Where exactly in Lagos can you say that?
At this very point, at this very point, I wish a Lagosian could just stand for yourself and just let him know that he is not entirely right with his opinions.
We want a better Lagos. Lagos could be better. That's the point. Especially considering the kind of revenue that pours into Lagos from the federal government and the internally generated revenue. And we think that Lagosians are getting less than they deserve.
Honestly, they are really.
So that's the point.
They are really.
This is not me condemning a city. That city has given, provided succor for most Nigerians. I mean, there is hardly any family in Nigeria without someone in Lagos. Okay, Lagos is the opportunity
opportunity land
for Nigerians and Africans.
Okay, so let's leave Lagos and Enugu alone. Let's now get to the papers. Let's look at the next stories. The next newspaper we have here,
and that will be the Nigerian Tribune. It's a residence a large ripoff as cooking gas sells for 1,500 per kg in Lagos, Ogun. The same Lagos. Federal government states edges share 3.007 trillion for July. FCCPC finds possible price manipulation in Nigeria's cement market. INEC projects over 100 million registered voters for 2027 polls. To deploy 1.4 million ad hoc personnel to over 176,000 polling units. Police warn against armed groups, use of illegal firearms, as Tinubu, Obi, others signed peace accord. Article ADC absent. Committee facilitated 30 peace accords since 2015, says Abdul Salami. We are committed to accord principle, Tinubu. Oshun APC Guba candidate Onyebamiji calls for calm, raises alarm over attacks on supporters. That's the.
Let's look at this story. I don't know.
Unilag lead Nigerian universities in global ranking. DRC Ebola outbreak spreading at unprecedented rate. WHO warns.
That's my angle.
Off-cycle elections, influence of governors, others poses threat to Nigeria's democracy. Jonathan warning there. Recalls how he handled similar trend in Anambra, Ekiti in 2013-2014. 24 killed, many missing, others injured in Fresh Plateau attack. Neighboring communities deserted. Women protest killings as victims receive mass burial. When will this be the end? So talking about DRC, Ebola, I guess that's what the drugs. Ebola, I've been a frontline responder in Ebola. I recall in 2013 in Lagos, I was probably the first Nigerian medical doctor that, volunteered to join the treatment of Ebola. And I remember being trained by WHO, Dr. David, alongside some other Nigerian medical personnel. We were there when Adedayo died. We looked after her. Dr. Justin Ajelon, Nurse Justin Ajelon, who was my junior. She was a nurse that trained in Ogun State, my junior by several years. She also died while we were there. And a few others.
She contracted it while
she was working at the First Consultant Hospital. I saw Adedayo go through the whole pains. It was nothing like anything I have seen in medical practice. The scariest thing I've seen. Ebola is a devastating disease that, I don't know any other disease that could attack your body the way Ebola did. And I also can recall our intervention in Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, and other African countries. Like in Sierra Leone, I was in the Losa district, Port Loko, and Ebola ravaged the communities. I saw a whole community that you could count those who survived. In fact, there was this particular child that the parents and siblings were all dead by the time we arrived. He had been alone, judging by how the condition of the dead bodies lying around. He had been alone for more than 5 days, quarreling from one corpse to the other. The child was already weak by the time we came into the community and rescued the child and treated him because the child also already had Ebola. He survived but lost both sides, and I think was later adopted by a Dutch couple because he had lost almost every known relative. I also remember the day we arrived Sierra Leone, St. John of God Catholic Hospital. The whole place was locked in because everybody in there had contracted Ebola. Initially there was a theft, there was a burglary in the hospital, and they prayed that the thief should die a painful death. And then someone took ill and died a painful death. They were now saying that's the thief. Then the next person that said that's a collaborator. And then when it continued to happen, it dawned on them that something sinister was really happening. And before you know it, everybody in that hospital had gone down with Ebola Many of them died. In fact, the country was overwhelmed by the impact of Ebola. They brought us from Nigeria. We were around 2 a.m. Everywhere pitch dark. We could see people crawling around. We grabbed the PPE, went in and started working. You know, it was a tough call, but the whole world came into Sierra Leone, and that's how we were able to save that country. And myself, I contracted Ebola while working as a responder in faraway Sierra Leone. And I tell you, that is the scariest moment of my time. Unfortunately,
what was the symptoms?
No, I was lucky. My symptoms were not severe. I just had a bloody urine, headache, malaria, and stuff like that. The doctor, Dr. George, who was my partner, he died of COVID. Years later, after surviving Ebola, he also survived Ebola then, just like myself. He contracted COVID and died. And he contracted COVID while treating COVID patients. Myself, I also contracted COVID, and I managed to survive. It tells you the danger that healthcare workers face. In my line of practice, I've seen Lassa fever. I survived Lassa fever. I survived Ebola. I survived COVID. And I am here today as a broadcaster. But people don't appreciate the sacrifices people make to, keep other people safe. The sacrifices our soldiers, our policemen, and the healthcare workers, the sacrifices they make to keep people alive. You leave your family, you expose yourself to danger, sometimes going home with this danger just to keep people alive. I remember during the last COVID, I know the number of persons that we had to even remove our coverings to try to solve them. Some of them survived, some others died, to help them to stay alive, because COVID will crash your oxygenation from 100% to near zero. And, you didn't have enough respirators to keep these people alive. Sometimes you have to manipulate using a bag to keep especially elderly or sickly people alive. So Ebola happening to DRC again, I can only imagine it. Some of my former colleagues are reaching out to me that maybe we should, try to go to DRC. I'm not sure I still have that kind of strength. Age is no longer my friend, but it's really like the whole world should come to the rescue of this.
For Nigerians out there, what are the symptoms? What are the lifestyle they should avoid?
This is not really a lifestyle thing.
Okay, yeah, just let us know what to avoid, what to look out for.
The most important thing here is that when you fall sick, seek for medical attention. Some of these diseases, they don't have remarkable symptoms. They may come with fever, high fever. They may come with blood in urine. They may come with painful urination. They may come with abdominal pain, body cramps. When you have unusual symptoms, especially in time of outbreak, for Nigeria is not yet affected. It calls for increased surveillance at the borders. There needs to be vigilance. The border medical personnel have to look out for people who have the signs of this Ebola, especially people who are traveling from risky, environments into the country. Because Sonia beat the entry point and made it all the way to the first consultant hospital. But Stella Adedepo was vigilant. She was a consultant cardiologist, I think, but she observed that this guy was coming from Liberia, and the signs he had was, he was a diplomat, so he was able to throw the "Do you know who I am" card and got all the way into Lagos. And she Adedepo paid with her life, and she died a very painful death. I recall her kidneys failed. She was having heart attacks every moment. Her bodies were swollen. She was in coma for so many days, and at some point she was brain dead. She had strokes, and it was a very painful one. Looking at her alone brought me to tears. And then Stella, the young nurse that died, Dennis, her fiance at the time, was there with us. He also momentarily had this disease, and we treated him. It's not an experience you wish even for your enemy. So the country should be vigilant. Ebola is not a good thing. It's a terrible disease. The spread may not be as fast as maybe COVID and even Lassa But when it
but
hits
are there
you,
things you are exposed to that makes you?
It's suspected that Ebola originates from rodents. But that's usually the first entry into exodus. The first entry into the human body comes from rodents. That's what science says. I don't know, but immediately it comes into a human being, it's now relies on human to human transmission, and that's close contact, body fluids, effluents, catarrh, urine, anything that is body fluid could transfer Ebola. But these diseases are not completely quite understood, and that's why some people have, the bizarre conspiracy theory that maybe they are manufactured to control human population. Because also, you look at the trend, these are epidemic diseases that will warrant lockdowns, control human movements, and everything. In the case of Ebola, I remember in Sierra Leone, people died more of other diseases that could not get attention because everybody was facing Ebola. Like pregnant women, if you have obstructed labor, nobody will operate on you. In fact, there were no surgeries going on in Sierra Leone. So imagine the number of women who were dying from obstructed labor. If you had asthma, it was difficult to treat you, because medical personnel, there are procedures you cannot do that requires, increased contact with body fluids. So people died of, diseases that give you malaria. As simple as malaria, you could die. Nobody would die. And medical personnel, we are all shunted towards taking care of, the epidemics, and nobody's looking after that.
All right, that's really a sad one. I will hope this, according to the reports, the drug for this very peculiar Ebola version happening in DRC, they are yet to get it to, get them sorted out. We hope that
the treatment is usually a difficult one, but if discovered early, symptomatic management usually helps. And of course, isolating the already exposed persons so that they don't transmit to more people, breaking the chain of transmission. That is usually the ultimate goal. So sometimes you are left to survive or die by your own fate. So isolation is just to break the chain of contractions. That's it.
Okay, so for the sake of time, we'll just jump through, permit me. Let's jump through the newspapers. We're looking at the Punch newspaper. Presidential election, Tinubu, Obi, others sign peace pact as campaign begins today. Tinubu warns against ethnic religious politics. Obi demands issue-based campaigns. Atiku Makinde absent as candidates pledge violence-free polls. INEC deploys 1.4 million ad hoc staff for 2027 poll. Raises the alarm over misinformation. 36 states' budgets jump 47% to 40 trillion naira. Capital spending falls. Federal government, states, councils shared record 3 trillion naira in July. Salary crisis. NLC warns of fresh health sector strike. Nigerians pay more for cement than African neighbors. FCCPC speaking there. NDLEA nabs alleged cocaine baron fleeing to Paris. No alliance. A delegate denies ADC role in re-election. That's just about it on the Punch newspaper. I want to jump into another paper.
Well, I can see the Sun, the Daily Sun here. All the papers are saying similar
things, right?
2027 Jonathan Tinubu science peace accord. Once politicians against unguarded utterances, ethnic religious laws. You know why I'm laughing already. He's warning politicians rather than his own people who are making these utterances. I never heard them warn them. 24 killed in French plateau attack. These plateau attacks, they wouldn't just go away. I mean, imagine the number of Nigerians that are killed daily. The numbers are numbing. Communities are sacked, women, children, men, nobody is spared, and you don't even hear any word from the federal government over the states. They prioritize the elections, they prioritize on that is rather than the security of there's no reason why this plateau attacks should continue. 2027 Southeast youths vote to end impunity with PVC. I was not there. Dangote refinery gets 600 million USD investment, commits 400 million USD to IPO. Wike, if Tinubu wanted APC to win, he would have drafted me to shoot.
So he's now the winner of elections. This is a very. I feel it's implicating.
It's implicating.
He just says things. He just says things. Doesn't even weigh the
culprit. So he was actually drafted in Rivers State.
Of course, that's the statement. So he's used as a means to win elections.
So what is the purpose of signing the peace accord if Tinubu can have people he can deploy at his whims to grab any election he wishes?
So he had just made a statement. So if there are states that
which
APC
statement
really
is more
wants,
unguarded than this one that Tinubu is talking about?
the Nigeria will find ourselves. If we have the time, we'll look into this conversation. But for now, let's go straight to what is happening. There's been all over this story. That's about the peace accord, presidential election, where we have Tinubu, Obi, others sign peace pact as 2027 campaign begins Wednesday, 19th August 2026. Political parties, presidential and National Assembly candidates on Tuesday signed the first national peace accord on issue-based campaigns ahead of the 2027 general elections, pledging to shun violence, hate speech, misinformation, personal attacks, and other conduct capable of undermining the electoral process. The accord was signed in Abuja at a ceremony organized by the National Peace Committee in partnership with Kuka Center barely 24 hours before the statutory commencement of public campaigns and rallies for the election. The event brought together the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor George Amopiton, political party leaders, presidential candidates, National Assembly candidates, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, and representatives of the diplomatic community, among other stakeholders. Speaking through Akome, President Tinubu urged political parties and candidates to place national interests above personal and partisan ambitions, warning that the struggle for political power must not become a do or die affair. Let's take a look at the video.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand proxy for His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. For exigency of office is not here with us. Permit me to read his statement to you this evening. His Excellency Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, former head of state, chairman MPC, ably represented by General Agwai, former chief of defense staff. The President of the Senate, ably represented by the Deputy President of the Senate, His Excellency Senator Barrow, Speaker, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, ably represented. The Inspector General of Police, ably represented by the DIG Operations. The convener, His Lordship Bishop Hassan Kuka. The Chairman, INEC, Professor Amopiton, SAN. Chairman of political parties here present, presidential candidates, members of the diplomatic corps, party elders, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here today to take part in this significant event, which precedes the start of the political campaign ahead of the January and February 2027 general elections. I thank members of the National Peace Committee, MPC, especially our former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, the Sultan of Sokoto, and Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka for convening this important occasion. Our nation owes the MPC a debt of gratitude for your steadfastness since 2014 in promoting peace accords that commit political parties and candidates to run non-violent, issue-based campaigns during national and off-cycle state elections. Since 1999, when our country returned to democratic governance, under the stewardship of General Abdul Salami Abubakar and his team, every election period has brought its share of anxiety because of the nature of our politics and the intense competition for power by political actors. While politics and the contest for power can be loud and often create tension and disagreement among politicians, we must acknowledge the progress we have made in our electoral process in terms of transparency and election management by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. With the aid of technology, INEC has recorded remarkable improvement in every.
Those who signed the accord included President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, the Nigerian Democratic Congress presidential candidate, Peter Obi, the Social Democratic Party candidate, Adewale Adebayo, and his African Action Congress counterpart, Omoyele Sowore. Other participants were the presidential candidates of the People's Redemption Party and Labour Party, Donald Duke and Chibuzo Okereke, as well as federal and state lawmakers, party leaders, and other candidates. However, some major political actors, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, were absent from the ceremony. Atiku is the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, while Makinde is the presidential candidate of the Allied People's Movement. According to INEC's revised timetable, the presidential candidate, the presidential and National Assembly elections will hold on January 16, 2027, while the governorship and State House of Assembly elections are scheduled for February 6, 2027. Now, I am just concerned with the whole peace pact and what have you. It looks like every other ceremony that is being carried out, and at the end of the day, what would be, would be. When we have the likes of Wike boldly stating that if Tinubu had wanted to win Osun election, you are not from Osun, you are not the governor of Osun State. I don't know the position you hold in Osun State for you to make such a statement. Then that means, what's the essence of the peace pact? When you can still go ahead and do what needs to be done to get it done. So I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of Atiku is not present at the peace pact, and maybe Makinde. Remember, Makinde thought about the UN investigating what happened in Oyo State, and then they attacked him. This is someone that is still looking for peace, in quotes, because for you to know, for there to be a solution, for you to actually gather panel to investigate, you're looking for peace, you're looking for the solution to a challenge, to an issue, and you are fought against doing that. You must have thought about it. What is the need of coming to do this when the people that are supposed to be in the forefront of this, they are not in support of it? So I won't be surprised. But do you think this is another political ceremony, or is actually a step toward getting peace come the next election, and of course all the processes?
Well, first of all, looking back to when this group was created, when it was formed, and the first time they organized this peace accord, I for once, I felt it was a step in the right direction, because Nigerian electoral processes have become so charged in terms of sporadic violence and voter intimidation and all kind of electoral malfeasance. But over the years, it has become like just a ritual that has no bearing in solving the actual problem. To start with, the organizers at the end of signing the peace pact, packed their books and the document that were signed upon and go home and sleep. There is no post-mortem. They don't tell us if the people that signed the peace pact, they actually complied and to what extent. One would expect that, in as much as they may not have prosecutorial power, but they should have the ability to, tell, arbitrate, or, at least adjudicate to say that, you know what, this man and this man and this man signed the agreement with us. This man obeyed. Why this man did not obey? Or this man obeyed to this extent, but not to this other extent. There's nothing like that. So they only bring out their suitcases with the loaded documents to sign every election cycle. That does not solve any real problem. It's beginning to just be like a total waste of everybody's time, because I don't think anybody has faith in this so-called alliance. So just of course, he had the secretary to the government of the Federation reeling out another beautiful speech from the president, and the irony, the double standard, the double speak, was staring us in the face. Coming from Osun State election, where just a few days ago, some notable individuals who have strong alliances with the president quoted, and some seen in videos, making very seriously unguided statements. In fact, the senator of Osun East, the senator representing Osun East, called for killing of the Accord Party supporters, and the other Iman Jigar, was seen on video, where the APC governors were seated in the same function, even laughing to his allusions, using derogatory words to refer to Christians in a country that is multi-religious and that is supposed to be a secular state. And of course, we've just had the week again, just the same day the president was talking about against politicians making unguided statements, saying that the president would have deployed him if he had wanted to win. I don't know, maybe if people see Wike, they will begin to vote massively for APC, which, by the way, Wike is not a member of, not officially a member of APC. Here he's saying that if the president has deployed him, maybe he's speaking the silent ones out loud. Of course, we can still remember what happened in Rivers State in the last elections, the extent of the violence that was perpetrated for that election to happen. The election that saw Governor Fubara and then President Buhari emerge as winners. We know, the roles played by some individuals supposed to be, affiliated with the then governor of the River State. And this same governor is boasting today that all he needed for the votes to swing was his presence during the election, not campaign. So
we can see on the screen Wike making that speech. We'd like to listen to what he's saying and come back to really look into this very one. Stay with us.
And then somebody has the guts, the temerity to say, oh, after they defeated federal government. You don't invite trouble for somebody who did not look for any trouble. Adeleke, remember, Adeleke has never been too critical about the government. You remember that? Ordinarily, Adeleke would have been with them if things had worked out well. So, I don't see anybody, these people who have no basis. I think they believe they want federal government. What happened in the FCT election? What happened in the FCT election? That one was rigged. If they had won, it would have been a template that they defeated federal government. When they lose, government manipulated the process. When they win smoothly, they will have shown their mind. No, it's not done so. See, be able to know that this government, for what I have seen, in terms of allowing processes to run their own way, I think this government, to some extent, you must give them that credit. Give them that credit. You don't need to like anybody who is in charge or not. You don't need to. I have participated in the election. I have seen what they call federal might. I have seen where of course, I don't know where most of you are. We have started work there. I'm sure 2019, it was I think it's just the man that is, they say is going to do what, VP for ADC, but I think it's the one that they say VP for River State, is it not? That will carry platoon of soldiers. Let them come and carry platoon of soldiers and come again. Because, you see, this election, 2027 election, will be the easiest election for Mr. President. 2023 was a tough election for him. Yes, I say so. 2023 was a tough election for him. They saw me in PDP, they ran away. They go to this place. So you see, that kind of opposition can never win. Can never win. And it will be the most complained election. Why? Because you have already known your fate before the election. So there will be much complaint. This is where the president will be carrying his portfolio, entering the villa. Again, without any, I will be involved. And I would have been there. And the governor would have known that it would have been different. Election is not won one day. Election is not one day. Election is a process. You can't just get up in the morning to go and win an election. President is a politician now. So people should not, when they say effort of federal government, what do you see to show that federal government is seriously interested to win this? If colleagues, governors, as of a party, think that by going there, will have a form of influence, it is to the people. I didn't see anything that anybody would tell me federal government did. Do you know what you are talking about? If federal government carried influence, do you not see 2019 influence in the River State election? Where you saw federal might, where the military was fully involved, where women came out naked, carrying their breasts, showing the soldiers, look at our breasts, you won't do anything here today. That's what they say when you see might, military might, federal might. Where you see where military base was turned to collation center. Then when they talk about federal might, come on, when they say people like that, there is party no contest. If you were trying to support Adeleke, why did you feed the candidate? Your candidate that lost. You are now saying, oh, we thank God the Accord Party won. Are you a member of Accord Party? If you are talking about coalition, you would have done the coalition before then. You would have come to say, look, everybody in this party step down. We want Accord to win this election. Then you would have made sense. Then after the election, you say, oh, we won. Look, they won. What did everyone say? He said, President, I thank you for allowing a free and fair election.
There you see, there you have Wike himself, doing what he knows what to do best. But I'm going to quote a statement from the president, according to Daily Sun. On Daily Sun, 2027, Tinubu signs peace accord, warns politicians against unguarded utterances, ethnic, religious slurs. This is a statement from the president, and it's giving a double standing. It's giving, how can people trust a president that his words are not his actions? He does not say this and do this. Just recently, we had the religious cleric, the Muslim cleric that made a statement about Christians being infidels. Not long ago, we also had a senator in the APC making a statement calling out an opposition party and asking them to be killed. Different statements have been made time and time again, and we've not heard a statement, we've not heard anything from the presidency. And just now, Wike has made a statement that is inciting, stating that he is a thug for the APC, that he can actually do and undo to make sure that a particular sitting president wins election. And a statement like that is being said, it's almost going to 24 hours and no statement. Nobody has been called to this very thing. It is not what Nigerians need at this very point in time, and this should be looked into. But sadly, unfortunately, we are not in the administration that statements that benefits them, that it's within their political party, is taken seriously in quote when they say things that are against law and order. But it's disappointing, really. It is for me. It is really disappointing.
I saw an interview granted by Ayo Farashe to TVC. I think it was yesterday, where he's practically echoing the same thing, that the federal government could take any election anywhere they wanted. He used his experience in 2018 for an example. He said that in that election, that during the Buhari administration, that they could grab anything they wanted. He was trying to say that Tinubu indeed was a Democrat. For him to allow this election to stand means that he was gracious. That during Buhari's era, he would come for it and grab it. He said in his own experience that all security attachment to him were withdrawn. He was left with only an ADC. They jammed communication in the government house, and you could not make phone calls or within the government house. That the way he came out, he tried to come out, that they hit his neck with the gunboat, and they injured him. He had to go through about, did they say 4 or 6 procedures, because of the impact of the gunboat. That in fact, when he tried to speak, there was an inspector of police that he told him, he said, "I am the governor." An inspector of police told him, "Governor my foot." He's saying that this security personnel respects you as much as the federal government wants them to respect you. At any point in time that the federal government wants to take away this, respect, they will take it and render you redundant as the governor, and they can do to you whatever they want. So, and it's really, we are listening to Wike, and maybe because of who he is, we know how unguarded his statements can be, and we are not asking the right questions. We are moralizing it, or probably even attacking Wike for saying the truth that they could do these things. You understand? So just maybe Wike, being a loose cannon, is letting the cat out of the bag, and I think the right thing to do is to have legislations that should strip the presidency certain kind of rights. The institutions that are prescribed by law to be independent should really, truly be independent. I think that the powers to control the security during the elections should be conferred on INEC and not the president, or whoever commands the security infrastructure or setups, because apparently they also are the whims of the president, who appoints them. Like the IGP works for the president, who appointed him. So this is really a disturbing revelation coming out from people who are close to power, and we need to do something about it.
We need to do something about it, and that's why we're here talking about it. This is us doing something about it, and we hope it gets to the right authorities and do the right thing about it. Stay with us as we'll be coming back shortly for another conversation. Interesting conversation about Christians, genocide, and the rest of it. Stay with us.
We are local.
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The narrative of increasing attacks on Christians in Nigeria remains a deeply troubling and contested security issue. Open Doors 2026 World Watch List recorded 3,490 Christians killed in Nigeria for faith-related reasons during its reporting period, out of 4,849 globally, about 72% of the worldwide total. But the wider data also shows that Nigeria's violence cannot always be reduced by religion alone. ACLED recorded 20,409 deaths from 11,862 attacks on civilians between January 2020 and September 2025. Of these attacks, 385 attacks specifically identified Christian identity as a factor, causing 317 deaths. This leaves Nigeria confronting two realities. Christians are undeniably being targeted in some attacks, particularly by jihadist groups and in vulnerable communities, while Muslims and other Nigerians are also suffering massively from terrorism, banditry, communal conflict, and criminal violence. The central question, therefore, is whether Nigeria's response is adequately protecting Christian communities and indeed every Nigerian, or whether the country is simply repeating the same cycle of attacks, displacement, condemnation, and inadequate accountability.
Well, to dissect this topic with us today is a criminologist, researcher, and head International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, Inter-Society, Mazi Emeka Umabalase. We're going to have him on Zoom to discuss this topic with us. Increased attacks on Christians in Nigeria, on changing narratives. Mazi, are you there?
Yeah,
good morning.
Yeah,
And welcome
I'm very, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning to you too.
It's good to have you here. Today we are talking about the targeted attacks on Christians in Nigeria. I want to ask you, Mazi, quickly. This has been a recurring discussion concerning security in Nigeria, where it is alleged that Christians are being targeted in several locations in Nigeria, like Benue State, Nasarawa State, Kogi State, and sometimes even in southern Nigeria, and even in Borno State, Connaught. Do you agree with this assertion, or is there another explanation?
Yeah, quite correct, because we have been on it since 2009. So it's a matter of statistics and not a matter of storytelling. We have been on it since 2009, statistically speaking, databasing and what have you, tracking and things like that. It gives us also a sense of belonging and an advantage to know about what other members of the Nigerian population are passing through in some of those areas you mentioned. And then it gave us the opportunity of, for instance, in Borno State, you have largest concentration of Christians in southern Borno, located in about 4 to 5 local government areas. Then in Kwara State, you have large concentration of Christians in southern Kwara, that is Kwara South. In Niger State, you have large concentration of indigenous, not visitor Christians or pastoralist Christians, indigenous Christians. about what we call in Niger State Zone B, that is senatorial district, Niger North Zone B. That's how they put it, comprising about 9 local government areas. That is why you have large concentration of indigenous Christians. And it's funny enough, in some of these areas, you see Christians answering Adamu, Abudurahi, Ibrahim, this, that, Abdul Hamid. Then on Sunday, you see them going to church. You won't even know that they are Christians. So it's only through investigation and trackings like this that you'll be able to know that there are a very large number of Christians, especially in those Muslim-held areas like I mentioned, Niger State, Southern Borno, Southern Bauchi, Southern Gombe, Northern Adamawa, Taraba, and so on and so forth. Then before you now talk of Plateau and Benue State, of course, Taraba is the largest Christian state in Nigeria by landmass. Benue is in northern Nigeria, so in Nigeria entirely by landmass. Benue is the largest northern Christian state in Nigeria, followed by Plateau, and so on and so forth. So with all these trackings and what have you, we've come to the know of the fact that Christians are particularly being targeted by Islamic jihadists since 2009, July 2009. That is the month of Boko Haram, rise of Boko Haram uprising or insurgency in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. So I remember recently a Muslim cleric who is very close to power was seen on videos making rounds the internet referring to Christians with very derogatory languages that offended many. And in that cycle were governors who were members of the ruling APC. And we have not heard anything, any word from the president regarding to these utterances, except for yesterday during his speech at the peace accord signing by the Nigerian Peace Accord movement, where he made a general statement that the politicians should desist from making unguarded statements. Do you think that is a policy of the federal government endorsing this violence, alleged violence against Christians?
Well, from statistics, because we always put from our statistics, because we are statisticians and not long grammar speakers. So from the statistics we have gathered across the country, the truth of the matter is that if the Nigerian government is not directly culpable, the Nigerian government is vicariously culpable. So I guess you know what I meant there. So look at it, for instance, we are talking about what is the name of that Muslim cleric that recently made an outburst, a very provoking statement. It's not only him. In Adamawa State, Adamawa is a state with about 40% or 45% Christians and 55% Muslims, or so to say. Another Muslim cleric there recently swore by his Quran that a Christian will never be the governor of Adamawa State. And by making that statement, it also means that a Christian will also never be the deputy governor of Adamawa State. So, such has been the issue. I think these people are just stating the obvious from the statistics. Okay, let me ask you, what can you understand about federal government Fulani ranching policy? What does it mean? What is this ranching policy about? You know, you try to create artificial communities of Fulani people in indigenous communities. You know, Christian indigenous communities in southern Nigeria and all over the place. Any state that is willing will be giving up to 60 billion. And from our gathered statistics in 2024, Anambra State has indicated interest, and so many other states. So what are you doing? So, and again, pieces of evidence are available are showing that in those areas that those rankings or what have you, settlement have been agreed or accepted by the host states like part of Middle Belt, Plateau, and what have you, Southern Kaduna, that it has not led to the end of Fulani, jihadist Fulani herdsmen attack, because Fulani is a very good population, but unfortunately they have radicals among them. So those radical Islamists among the Fulani ethnic nationality, you know, evidence have shown that that has not even, in fact, it has worsened the problem. So when you give them, even if they look peaceful, the moment you settle there, allow them settle there, then at night, because most of the atrocities they commit take place at night or in other hours of the blue law, forbidden hours. So if you keep them there as a new settlement, definitely in a matter of 3, 4, 6 months, 1 year, then that the neighbors will start having problems. All these people, the jihadists among them, will start settling, start using that such community as a battlefield and what have you. So now, what is the intent of federal government in doing that? Also establishing Department of Ministry of Livestock Affairs and what have you. So if you look at all these things, you find that, and when did this start in Nigeria? That was during the time of Buhari administration. The whole thing started in 2015. I'll give you an instance. All these terrorism, they were all over the place. What was the state of security? That is the gravity of insecurity in Nigeria as at June 2015. Do you have this kind of widespread insecurity, religiously related insecurity? The answer is no. As at 2015, or 2009 to 2015, there were about 3 jihadist groups in Nigeria. 3. The jihadist Fulani herdsmen were still at an embryonic stage. Then there was Al-Sadu, there was the Boko Haram, and their international affiliate group, WASWAP. These are the 3 major things. So they were still growing Fulani, jihadist Fulani herdsmen for those that groomed them. And this so-called bandits, which originated from Zamfara State, where they are originally named Zamfara Bandit, as at 2011. So you find out that all these things, but now look at the widespread. In fact, where there was none, the security forces will even bleed one. Now, security forces are telling us that terrorism everywhere is now enveloping the entire country. It's in the southwest, it's in the southeast, it's in the south, it's in the north central, northwest, and northeast. So now we are explaining. And what are the identities of those people who are forest-based terrorists? Check out the identity. A lot of official pronunciation have been made. Some time ago, some of these leaders we are talking about came out boldly and told us that the Lakalova that we are hearing today was invited to Nigeria by Makaba, this umbrella organization that responsible for all these cattle headers. By Makaba. Now, even last year and this year, you hear of so many other groups like Bolos and there are so many that have also been brought into the country officially by the state authority. And when you ask them, they tell you they are bringing them in. All these things are linked to Fulani. They are bringing them in to help solve the problem of insecurity. Are you solving the problem of religiously related insecurity, or are you worsening it? So these are the things. So what I'm saying in submission is that the Nigerian government is not sincere since 2015. Every day Nigerian government becomes sincere about what is happening in Nigeria, I can tell you that this thing will be reduced in a question of more by 60%.
Mazemeka.
So everything has been radicalized. So, yeah.
Mazemeka, can you hear
Thank you.
Now, from your research, at the Inter-Society, what actually does the data tell us about the attacks against Christians, comparing to the security narrative from Nigeria, the official security narratives?
Well, the official security narrative, headers, farmers, climate change, These are that are nonsense. They are even trying to create militias where there are no militias to be able to justify that. If you look at the body language of the security forces in Nigeria, the security forces are inescapably part of the problem. Now you look at these attacks. We have Muslims, we have Christians. By the way, those people that have been affected in the core Muslim areas, what are their ethno-religious identities? Is it not correct to say that majority of them, if not most of them, are members of indigenous Hausa Muslim families and indigenous Hausa Christian families? That is correct. In places like Zamfara, Sokoto, Katsina, Northern Kaduna, and many other places, KB, and things like that. Who are those people killing them? And who are those people being killed? It's a critical question in the field of criminology and security studies. Who are those killing you, killing them? And who are those being killed? And why are they being killed? When are they being killed? Where are they being killed? And so on and so forth. These are critical questions. So you look at the statistics here. We have mosques, we have farmers, we have Muslim farmers, we have Christian farmers. You look at the disparity. More than 19,000, yes, I think it's getting to 19,600. 19,600 churches in Nigeria. And you know the definition of church. Church includes a field where people gathered in the name of God or in the name of Jesus Christ. It's a church. We are not talking of a cathedral here. So you look at it from the perspective of the fact that estimated 19,600 churches have been attacked, razed, sacked, or shut down in Nigeria in a period of, I think, 2009 to 2016. It's a period of 17 years. You look at the number of clerics, Christian pastors. This last year, I think this year alone, more than how many Christian pastors? That is, Christian pastors in the same, they include the Reverend Fathers, Anglican priests, and what are Pentecostal pastors. I think it's up to 10 or 15 that have either been abducted or killed, and so on and so forth. So you continue to look at it. If you count for 2015, we have a very shocking statistics about the number of Catholic priests that have been killed. In Adamawa, in Taraba State, for instance, in the statistics we gathered from Taraba State recently show that between September last year and the May this year, in Taraba, under Ukare diocese alone, of the entire Taraba, under Ukare diocese, 16 Reverend Fathers have been forced to flee their pastoral home. 8 have their, what do they call it, Reverend Fathers house demolished. In Benue State, more than 30 Catholic churches, that is parishes, including house stations, are presently shut down. Nobody's going there. In the same Taraba, under Ukare diocese, more than 100,000 parishioners have been forced to flee. And in that period alone, over, is it 127 churches attacked and shut down. In Niger State, I think Katangola diocese, 90 churches shot and attack or shut down or destroy or burn to ashes, and so on and so forth. In all the dioceses in Boca, there are about 4 dioceses. Each one has their own account of what their losses. That is, I'm talking about Christian, Catholic Church alone. And within the context of Catholic Church, this of Catholic Church in Nigeria, including a suffragan in Ibadan, out of these 60, 24 are in danger. 24 are in danger. Out of these 24, I think 14 or 16 are terminally dangerously in danger. Let me put it this way. Where the churches, the parishes, everything, have been deserted. Somebody is the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto Diocese. Sokoto Diocese is the smallest Catholic diocese in Nigeria. It has 16 parishes and 8 house stations. Go there now under Sokoto Diocese. And they are in the mercy of this thing, and then some people are moving around saying this thing or trying to amplify the federal government John Dee's and the false narrative. So The Christianity is in danger in Nigeria. And look at our prediction. If nothing is done in the next, that is by 2075, between 2075 and the 2125 AD, there will be no traces of Christianity in Nigeria. And the danger, do you know the danger? Because all these Islamists, they attack communities to inflict fear. And when they inflict, if they kill 10 persons, they have ended up inflicting fears with capacity to force 20,000 to be converted to Islam. That's what they do. That is what is going on. So if care is not taken at that time, there will be no traces of Christianity. And do you know what? The children of the children born today will no longer be a Christian name. And you know one thing with the radical Islamism or radical religiosity is that once you are radicalized and forced into conversion, you lose everything, including your ethnic identity and heritages and what have you. This is the reality. This is what is going on in Nigeria. And no false narrative or bribery, international bribery, so-called lobbying and what have you. You can stop that. Even if Trump decide to remove Nigeria from CPC, it has not ended because the championers, the people who championed this thing, didn't see. We are not doing it because of Trump. And we thank God that we have our messages have been heard across the world. In the European Parliament the other day, it was a voting 501 against 1, condemning the egregious and greasy religious violence against Christians in Nigeria. In Canadian Parliament, you still have some exponents who work daily. In the US Congress, the same thing, Terry Crews, Harry Moore, a lot of others, so many others, non-governmental organizations across, even in the British Parliament, there are still some guys there who are speaking out against this persecution of Christians in Nigeria. So my summary is that persecution of Christians in Nigeria is real and factual. Where systematically and well coordinated. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, there are obvious reasons for one to believe that some of these attacks are targeted. For instance, many of these the bandit groups, the terrorist organizations that carry out these conducted attacks are Islamic groups like Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda in West Africa, the Ansaru, and the rest of them. These are faith-based organizations known worldwide as terrorists that target people they feel as unreligious or infidels. You look at the pattern of the attacks in Borno, down to what happens in Benue, in Plateau, and parts of Kogi State. You see that the communities that are attacked, and the pattern of the attack is intended to displace these communities. And usually, the attackers come in to, own the land or, claim ownership of the land where they sack these people from. And even some of the attackers that are bold enough to appear in videos make the claim that they are doing this for Allah. And the intention is that they want to drive away these non-believers. And recently, a U.S. senator began to speak out, Senator Ted Cruz, began to speak out about these attacks and raise the alarm that they tend to be targeted at Christians. Rather than the government, doing anything to stem this or even giving the assurance that something serious will be done about this, they resorted to denial and even mobilized a lobby group against the claim that these attacks are targeted on. One is left to wonder what the intention is. What exactly do they intend to achieve to deny, or by denying, what seems to be the obvious, rather than spelling out measures or declaring their intention to stop this? What is your take? Do you think the Nigerian federal government is by omission or commission complicit in what has become the fate of Christians. Like this morning, we are seeing news of 24 persons killed in Benue State again. This is almost happening on daily basis, where people are targeted in their communities. The report today is saying that nobody is left in that village, and this is very common in Plateau and Benue State, which are largely Christian communities. Do you think that the federal government of Nigeria, and especially considering that in the last regime, this level of silence and denial was, also at play? Do you think that the federal government is, by omission or commission, complicit in what has become the fate of Christians in these communities?
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me give you a quick update. This month alone, today is 19th. This month alone, more than 70 Christians have been killed. Like you refer to Benue, that wasn't the Benue, that was a Plateau. There was an attack in Plateau between Monday, late night of Monday and the early morning of Tuesday, claiming not less than 27 lives. 25 of them were killed in Mango. 2 were killed in Rayon local government area. And that of Benue, about 10 persons were killed 2 days ago. So if you look at the totality of the attack, this month, in 18 days, more than 70 Christians have been killed. That has been systematic. Then coming to your question, yeah, I said it before that Nigerian government is complicit. In fact, if I'm to use a harsher, if I'm to go deeper or more, Nigerian government is fundamentally part of the problem. It's either the Nigerian government is directly responsible or is vicariously responsible. On a quick note, when within the context of vicarious liability, it happens when somebody you employ or somebody you have over control over, as in the boss of the TV, a TV station, for instance, you're doing something criminal, and you know how it is when it is brought to your attention, you know of it, you refuse to do anything, then you'll be held responsible. So that is why we say it's either Nigerian government is vicariously culpable or directly culpable, or both in this context. So forget about the deniers. It's not only denial. If you look at the so-called collaboration or cooperation between the National Office of the National Security Advisor, whose heads always rushed to Washington, and the United States government. The last meeting, U.S. government, the State Department complained bitterly that it is not, even in as much as little progress has been made in line with the cooperation, but the issue, the plight of Christians has not been adequately addressed. For instance, the humanitarian settlement or resettlement, restoring the affected victims back to their former position and facilities of home has not materialized. That the evidence they have shows that the Office of the National Security Advisor and others are cornering humanitarian assistance and giving more favor to those Muslims than Christians. If you look at Southern Borno, for instance, the government of this man, Zulu, restored the Muslim victims of the attack by giving them huge sums of money and by also giving them 2 bedroom, what we call bungalow. Well, as their southern counterparts, that is in Southern Kaduna, nothing. In fact, they were promised 500,000 naira each among the 120,000 in Goshen. That is in Goshen. Goshen is one of, what is the name of that local government there? Boza Christians. 120,000 Boza Christians that fled Nigeria and the camp in Cameroon. He tricked them into coming back. 12,000 of them to collect 500,000 naira. Only for them to come back at Goshen, Africa. Only for Muslim, this Boko Haram jihadists to storm that place and open fire on them, killing many of them, abducting others. That is where you must have had of massive abduction or mass abduction of people, citizens in a camp in Borno State. That's the people who came back from Cameroon on advice, on invitation of treating tactics of the government of
Thank you, Mazi.
Borno State. If you go to other areas, the same thing. So Nigerian government is deliberately,
Mazi, thank you. Can you hear me?
making sure that I can hear you, making sure that the plight of Christians is not adequately addressed.
All right, thank you, Mazi. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We are behind time for other conversations. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and being part of the program this morning.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you. So we earlier had a conversation with the Deputy Director, State Emergency Management Agency, Anambra State. That's the Deputy Director, Ndidi Omega. She'll be helping us to understand the challenges that Anambra State have been experiencing with flooding and the different ways the government have come in and can come in to manage the situation, and what has been the fate of the people, what has been put in place, and what have you. Let's take a look. Nigeria's flooding problem is no longer simply a question of too much rain. It is increasingly a question of how prepared the country is for rainfall patterns that are becoming more difficult to manage, and how effectively government converts warnings into action. The federal government's 2026 annual flood outlook warned that 33 states and the FCT could experience flooding during the rainy season. More than 30,000 communities were identified as being at varying levels of flood risk, while 14,118 communities in 266 local government areas across 33 states and the FCT were classified as high-risk areas. In August 2026, flooding has again been reported in several Anambra communities. Let's take a look.
mmiri mebichaa ihe niile n'ebe a ụmụ ya niile bụ escape ka escape from.
Reports from August 13 to 16, 2026 describe flooding in places including Ogedi and Mpo, with homes and properties affected. In Ogedi, reports said flooding became severe enough to force the traditional ruler to leave his palace, while residents in affected areas reportedly abandoned some homes. In Mpo, residents of parts of Umusiume reportedly experienced flooding following heavy rain, with damage to houses, farmlands, and other property reported. And to help us understand the situation in Anambra State, we are joined by the Deputy Director, State Emergency Management Agency, Anambra State, Mrs. Ndidi Rita Omega, as we explore the climate change and preparedness of Nigeria, the floodings in Anambra State, and others. Good morning, Ndidi. It's nice to have you with us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
So let's learn from you. How did you see this flooding? What was your reaction? How did it make you feel seeing this challenge in Anambra?
Okay. The August 13th flooding, last week flooding that happened in Anambra was a very unfortunate incident, and it was really devastating. But luckily for us, we were on assessment to Obaru. SEMA and NEMA were on assessment, flood assessment to Obaru. So on our way, we got the emergency call that people at Ogidi, Idemili North, that they were being affected by the rain, that there was so much flood. So we had to divert and get to the location first. So on getting there, we witnessed what happened, and we've written our reports. We're on it. Both federal and state governments are on it. We have written our report to the relevant authorities. And very soon, government will come to their aid. Thank you.
These emergencies, we've got the information from NIMET and other agencies reporting that these areas will experience flood in no time. And how is it that it looks like, how would I put it, like a surprise to the citizens of Anambra, and looking at the water level and the damage it has caused? Why wasn't it tackled before time instead of us seeing this challenge?
No, it's not. It didn't come as a surprise because we've done our own parts. We did a sensitization. We created awareness, public awareness, and we sensitized them on time, and also told them about the NIMET/NISA prediction, and also how to go about it. And we also made them to know about the evacuation plans, that they shouldn't wait till the flood water enters their home. Once they see that the water level is rising, they should move to we call it emergency holding centers in Anambra State. They should move to emergency holding centers. So it didn't come as a surprise because the awareness has already been created.
But why do
the incident that happened, that Thursday incident, was more of flash flood, because Idemili North is not among the local governments affected by flood. It was a flash flood.
Okay, all right. So are there plans put in place, to manage the residents of these areas, those that have lost their apartments, and of course the different properties that have been scattered and destroyed? But at least for accommodation, is there any temporary place from the government, to house these people while they're going through these challenges?
Yes, there are plans put in place. Everything is accommodated in our reports, and very soon they will be relocated to the emergency holding centers. Government is on it.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. But do you see this experience repeating itself next year? Because Nigerians, it seems we are familiar with the being reactive to things, or not being proactive to it. Do you see this repeating itself? Is there any strategic plan that has been put in place, with or without, having statements from authorities regarding emergencies like this? Do you see this repeating itself? Are there any plans that the government is putting in place for history not to take place again?
While it will repeat itself when the citizens fail to do what they are when they fail to do what they are supposed to do, because this issue of flooding is not just for government alone. It's a joint effort from both government and the citizens. Once they do what they're supposed to do, I think the effect is not that flooding will not happen, but the effects will be reduced drastically. Once they dispose their refuse where they are meant to be, and they shouldn't block the drainage channels. They shouldn't build on the flood, as in they are not supposed to build on the flood, flood plains. So once the citizens do what they are supposed to do, the effects will be reduced. Flooding is already an annual occurrence, but with joint efforts, the effects will be mitigated.
Okay, but just as you clearly mentioned now, flooding has been a recurrence in Anambra State. And you also said once these different channels are properly, the drainages and where people keep their refuse is properly put together, the state may not experience this. Are you also indicating that this might have been a place where the government has fallen short to make sure that this does not happen? The different channels for distribution of refugees and what have you. What has been the state of sanitation like in Anambra, to manage this challenge?
Okay, the Commissioner for Environment and other relevant agencies in charge of management of refuse are trying their possible best to make sure that there is proper disposal of refuse, and they also create that public awareness to make sure that citizens don't drop refuse where they are not meant to. So the government is trying its best. From the government side, government is trying its best. We, the citizens, should also try our best. With that, the effects of flooding will be mitigated.
Okay, so let's look at when the flooding started. How soon was SEMA able to be around regarding the challenge? And also, do you have the fund? When I mean you, I mean SEMA. Do you have the funding? Do you have the equipment needed to, fight this flooding challenge?
Yes, SEMA is under the office of the governor, and once there's any emergency, everything is routed to office of the governor, and the governor makes the fund available. Then we also have some equipment in our warehouse, and we don't just work alone. We work in collaboration with NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency. We go for assessments together. It's a joint effort, and other relevant stakeholders like the Army, the Navy, the police. It's always a joint effort.
Okay, it's a good thing that you said it's a joint effort, which is very, very true. But let's talk about the assessments, which you also earlier mentioned. According to the disaster management system since 2022, what would you say are the major improvements, when it gets to do with management of situations like this?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
I said, according to the Anambra's disaster management system since 2022, can you point out the measurable improvements that have been witnessed since we're still looking at the assessment and working together? Has there been any major improvement when it gets to do with flooding in the Anambra State?
Yes, there have been improvements. Yes, because once there's any incident and we call on NEMA, the national body, they always respond immediately. They're always available for any assessment, any form of assessment like that of Ogidi. We went for the assessment with NEMA. So they're always available at our beck and call. Thank you.
On the screen where you join some of your colleagues to assess the water issue, I would like you to help us understand how many communities or which communities in Anambra that is identified as high risk of flooding, and what sanitation or sensitization rather has been put in place to warn them and orientate them regarding the flooding challenge.
Okay, the LGAs that are mapped out as high flood or that are prone to flood are Anambra East Local Government, Anambra West Local Government, Obaru, Oka North, Ayamelum, Ekusigo, Ihiala, Idemili South, Onitsha North, and Onitsha South Local Governments. And so far, we've done sensitization, we created public awareness, and we've also educated them on proper drainage systems, construction and maintenance of flood control infrastructure. We also educated them about tree planting and environmental protection, the silting of their waterways. We do that. It's part of our work plan. We do that quarterly. We do that quarterly. We go to the communities and sensitize them on flooding and the risks That's flood preparedness. We always do that.
Okay, so let's look at the recommendations. What were the recommendations, especially in the disaster management of the 2022 disaster management that have been put in place? What are these recommendations and how has it been implemented, to manage subsequent flooding or flood flash issues in Anambra?
I think one of the recommendations is building of dam, which is a very large or robust project by federal government. And that one has not really been put in place. Then they also talked about dredging of the river Niger, which is also a robust project and has not been put in place. So for now, we are making do with what we have by creating awareness and watching the water level. Once the water level is rising, we always alert the community leaders, local government chairmen. We take our sensitization even to the market squares, to churches. We alert them that they should also inform their people that the water level is rising and they need to start moving.
Okay,
so for now, we make do with what we have.
Before flooding, affects these homes, I want to believe that they got a prior notice. Sometimes they even asked to evacuate their properties, their places, right? In a case whereby a resident refuses to vacate their apartments or their houses, what step do you expect a SEMA agency to carry out, while respecting the person as well and his property? But what steps should be done? And how do you manage such a situation?
Okay, and thank you for the question. And because that is one of the challenges we face for those, the failure to leave their ancestral homes, according to them. And they also, and reason why they refuse to leave is that they say that once they leave, that armed robbers come in to cut away their belongings. So, but how SEMA steps in, especially when the water has risen to a certain level, is that we call on our stakeholders like the Navy. They bring their boats. State government also has a boat, and then we move on for evacuation.
Now, for the
of the victims,
or for the people that have been evacuated to somewhere where they will have to stay, what are the facilities? How well are they equipped with the right facilities to sustain them for the time being?
Okay, we get the places prepared. Before we move them there, we get the places prepared and make the places habitable for them to stay for the period. So, and there are good, the emergency centers are already built to accommodate them for some time. So we put the conveniences in place and make sure there is water, there is light, and then we'll provide them with both the relief materials, both food and non-food items, and make them comfortable for the time being.
But I would like to commend you and SEMA, and other, environmental agencies, the effort you put in place. Most times it is overlooked. We won't really know the work you guys put behind the scene. To see it the way it is, it would have been worse. But I believe you guys are putting efforts together to get it better. A very good thumbs up for you guys on that. But I also like to learn, what are the major challenges that you experience in carrying out your duties? Talking on behalf of SEMA, is it funding from the government, or is it the equipment? Are they not advanced? What are the challenges basically that you're facing as an agency that you wish it was looked into?
One of the major challenges is I think having an emergency fund that could be accessed easily by SEMA, that's not going through the bureaucratic process of civil service. having an emergency fund that could easily be assessed and to carry out our emergency duties. But so far, the state government, I must commend Mr. Governor, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, is really trying his best to provide comfort to the victims once as soon as they are evacuated to emergency holding centers. He tries his best with the local government chairman to provide the basic needs of life for them. Thank you.
Okay, so for a wrap up, let's get to learn what are your words to the Anambra citizens, and not just to Anambra citizens, to other residents in different flooded areas in Nigeria that may be experiencing flood or their areas are prone to flood. What is your suggestion, your advice to them?
It's not clear. Sorry, can you come again? It was breaking. I didn't really hear what you said.
No, I was asking your advice to residents in Anambra that are in flooded area, not just in Anambra, but to other flooded areas in Nigeria. What is your advice or suggestion to them regarding where they're staying, what they should do or not do for them to have a peaceful stay?
Okay. My advice is that, especially in the states where flooding is already an annual event, is that is a natural disaster, and flooding it may happen or it may not happen, but we shouldn't just see it as a government duty. It has to be a joint effort of government and citizens to mitigate the effects. It's not that it won't happen, but that even when it's not, because flooding is not completely preventable, but its devastating consequences can be significantly reduced. And especially in urban areas, the way it can be reduced is by the silting of the drainage channels, making sure that we dispose our refuse in the right places, and then proper land use planning. We shouldn't build on waterways.
All right, thank you so much, Deputy Director, State Emergency Management Agency, Anambra State, Mrs. Didi Rita Omega. Thanks for joining us this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
All right, then, we look forward to getting back to you for more updates regarding the flooding challenges that Anambra residents.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, former President Jonathan berates 7 governors and senior political office holders for converging on Oshobo for Guber poll. Borno Governor Babagana Zulum demands overhaul of Nigeria's agri-mechanization strategy. United States lifts 12-year restriction on Nigerian vessels. And President Trump declares Straits of Hormuz new U.S. territory in social media post. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Goodluck Jonathan has condemned the growing practice of serving governors, former governors, and senior political office holders converging on states during off-cycle governorship elections. In a statement on Tuesday, Jonathan noted that the trend witnessed in Osun, Ekiti, and Ondo states is not a practice that should become normal in a democratic society. He argued that while parties have a right to campaign, the overwhelming presence of governors, former governors, and federal officials on election day crosses a line, warning that if unchecked, the practice could turn elections into battles for political survival. Jonathan said he had to intervene when similar incidents happened during his presidency in the 2013 Anambra and 2014 Ekiti governorship elections, when he ordered senior political leaders who mobilized and descended upon the states to leave the states immediately. According to Jonathan, those who occupy public office must recognize that their conduct carries a greater responsibility and that the power and influence attached to public office should be used to strengthen democratic institutions, not to create apprehension among political opponents or citizens. Praising the Independent National Electoral Commission for its performance in the election, the ex-president said it showed that Nigeria's democratic institutions are maturing, noting that the outcome demonstrates that despite challenges, INEC possessed the capacity to conduct elections in a manner that strengthens public confidence in the democratic institutions. A former Niger State Commissioner for Information, Culture and Tourism, and chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, Jonathan Vatsa, wants President Bola Tinubu to change the style of his administration and urgently reconnect with Nigerians if he hopes to secure victory in the 2027 presidential election. Vatsa said the outcome of a recent governorship election in Osun State was a strong warning to the APC and an indication that political structures and governance alone may not be enough to deliver victory for the president in 2027. In a statement in Minna, Vatsa said the performance of the APC during the Osun election showed that the party must return to the grassroots and address the economic challenges confronting Nigerians. Said that the president may have made mistakes by allowing state governors to control funds accruing from the removal of fuel subsidy, but said it was not too late for the administration to change its approach and reconnect directly with the masses. Elijah funds saved from fuel subsidy removal were likely being channeled to state governments without corresponding improvement in the living conditions of the people, with Nigerians holding the president responsible for their economic hardship. Vatsa maintained that the 2027 elections will not be a child's play, arguing that Nigerians had become more politically conscious and were no longer easily influenced by political structures or prominent personalities. The Independent National Electoral Commission has dismissed claims of ghost and hired voters during the Osun State governorship election, saying the bimodal voter accreditation system made such voting impossible. The Chief Press Secretary to the INEC Chairman, Dayo Oketola, also urged Nigerians to be wary of unverified information and videos circulating online after the election. Noted that one cannot vote in an election unless he has been registered and accredited for that specific polling unit. Oketola said the election recorded over 50% voter turnout, which he described as higher than that of other recent off-circle elections, saying that voter apathy remains a major problem in Nigerian elections, which enhances poor governance in the country as the majority simply give their voice to the minority. Oketola said a peaceful conclusion of the election despite tensions before the poll, reflected what he described as a consistent level of maturity in Nigeria's democracy. United Kingdom has raised concerns over vote buying, voter interference, and challenges associated with the deployment of a bimodal voter accreditation system during last Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. The British High Commission, in a statement issued in Abuja, commended the people of Osun State for the peaceful and active participation in the election and said the experience should provide lessons for the 2027 general elections. Commission said it had met with a range of stakeholders before the election and deployed accredited observers to monitor the exercise, noting that the observations of its team and findings from credible independent observer groups with wider deployment across the state showed several positive developments. Identify the opening of polling units as scheduled in many locations, commitment of security personnel to maintaining order, and the effective implementation of electoral procedures by officials of Independent National Electoral Commission as among the positive developments recorded during the election. The UK also commended the voters for their participation, patience, and resilience throughout the exercise, but said it observed isolated incidents that generated tension before and during the election, and identified voter interference, including vote buying across party lines, as a significant challenge. It also raised concerns about access to polling facilities for persons living with disabilities and elderly voters, as well as overcrowding arising from the speed and limited availability of BVAS devices for voter accreditation. The governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, has called for a fundamental change in the way agriculture is handled in Nigeria. Speaking at a high-level national policy dialogue on agricultural mechanization in Abuja, Zulum emphasized that modernizing farming is critical to increasing food production for a growing population, creating jobs for the youth, and reducing heavy food imports. Governor Zulum, who is himself an expert agricultural engineer, insisted that effective agricultural mechanization must move beyond mere distribution of tractors to timely access to land, land preparation, planting, harvesting, storage, and processing. This, he said, demands robust collaboration between government bodies, the private sector investors, financial entities, research institutes, and farmers' organizations.
Our farmers need timely access to land preparation, planting, precision input application, harvesting, post-harvest handling and processing. This requires strong partnership between government and the private sector, financial institutions, research institutions, and farmers' organizations. For Borno State, this transformation is particularly important. Agricultural investment is central to our strategy for rebuilding livelihoods, restoring communities.
Presentation during a panel discussion, a former Nigerian ambassador to Japan and an agricultural engineer, Professor Yisa Ganna, noted that no nation can achieve mechanization based on imported machines and technology. Professor Ganna also emphasized the need to tackle the challenge of power in the country without overdependence on solar, which he said is just a stopgap. Lamenting that the country's power supply has remained at an abysmal 5,000 megawatts for over 20 years now. More than 20 persons have been killed and several others injured after gunmen attacked Bingwe community in Magun local government area of Plateau State. The attack, according to residents, occurred between midnight on Monday and the early hours of Tuesday. An eyewitness, Daniel Musa, who spoke to journalists, disclosed that attackers were heavily armed, moved from house to house, forcing their way into homes and attacking residents who were asleep. Stated that as of Tuesday morning, there were over 20 deaths, while several others sustained serious injuries, while some people were still missing. Another resident, John Daliop, who confirmed the attack, described the situation as terrible and appealed to the new Commissioner of Police in the state to act quickly and go after those responsible. The Inspector General of Police, Tunde Disu, has warned Nigerians against taking the law into their hands, declaring that anyone who assaults or kills a suspect through mob action will face murder charges. Speaking in a video, the IGP said mob justice can no longer be excused as community action, saying that those involved in such acts risk the death penalty under the Nigerian law. The IGP also warned that those who incite, organize, film, circulate videos of mob attacks or prevent police intervention could be prosecuted for conspiring to commit murder, which carries a prison sentence of up to 14 years. Diso revealed that he has directed commissioners of police across the 36 states and the FCT to treat every case of mob action as homicide and conduct full-scale investigations using available forensic and intelligence tools. He urged citizens to report suspects to law enforcement agencies instead of resorting to violence. The directive by the police boss comes amid growing concerns over extrajudicial killings, including the recent death of 25-year-old University of Jos graduate Ibrahim Mbaya, who was allegedly beaten to death over being accused of stealing an iPhone 12. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has publicly destroyed over 300,000 kilograms of assorted illicit drugs worth an estimated 300 billion naira in a court-ordered exercise in Lagos. The exercise, conducted pursuant to orders of the Federal High Court, Lagos Judicial Division, involved the destruction of illicit drugs recovered in concluded cases that were not contested, as well as abandoned seizures. The destroyed substances comprised cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, cannabis varieties, including Canadian loud and skunk, ephedrine, tramadol, codeine syrup, other opioids, and cut leaves. Speaking at the exercise held at Navy Town, Ojo area of Lagos, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Marwa, described the destruction as a bold demonstration of Nigeria's determination to protect its citizens and deny criminal enterprises the resources required to thrive. Marwa said behind every kilogram of narcotics destroyed was the story of a young life at risk, a family affected by addiction, and communities endangered by drug-related crime and impaired driving. The NDLEA boss also linked illicit drug trafficking to Nigerians' broader security challenges, noted that the drug trade helps finance organized crime, terrorism, and violent extremism globally. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Mrs. Bimbola Salihu-Dain, described the scale of destruction as a sobering reminder of the threat posed by illicit drugs to communities, young people, and the collective future of the state. Nigeria's food inflation rate
traditional communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you very much, our colleagues from the ENUGU Center. You're welcome to Abuja. Just yesterday, I told you that my name never changes. It remains the same. Wabos in Joko. Let me welcome you to the program. Abuja is still cold. I'm getting a little relieved. I want to believe that by the end of the week, this voice will clear. But what's important this morning is what some groups say is insensitive, selfish, uncaring, and that the issue is leading the president into temptation. And what is it? The Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission said last week that it was going to review upwards the salaries of political office holders from the president across board. Now let me read a little bit of what that commission said. The commission said that the salaries are inadequate and unrealistic given the prevailing economic situation. That's the issue we're confronting this morning. And I have with me somebody who represents all the political parties in the country, the Inter-Party Advisory Council Chairman. Let me also help my eyes. Yusuf Dantale. Yusuf Dantale is the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council. Yusuf, welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
I quoted the chairman of the Revenue Mobilization. He said that current salary for political office holders was unrealistic given the economic situation, and that the last review was in 2008, and that means that there's need for an upward review so that they can meet present economic circumstances. I think he's being reasonable, isn't he?
Thank you once again. First, I have a problem with even the Revenue and Fiscal Mobilization Office not making public what exactly the salaries and or remuneration of the public office holders are. Recently, or in recent past, there was argument in the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, when there were arguments on what exactly a take-home pay of a senator is. One was there's a lot of denials and argument, and so that alone in itself doesn't show transparency, and because there's no transparency, it will be difficult to say exactly what it is. But for us, I've been in one position I've always maintained, and one of the major problems we have in this country is monetization of politics, the lucrativity of political office holding in Nigeria, and that is largely responsible for why political actors deploy all arsenals at their disposal, whether it is legitimate, whether it is illegitimate, to ensure that they capture power. But power is not captured for the interests of the people, but for interests of a few who are occupying the office. And this is a serious aberration to the tenets of democracy, and we must continue to look inward. But sincerely, I would still feel with what an average Nigerian is going through, it will be an aberration to begin to look at or review upward the salaries of those occupying a public office rather than looking at the welfare of the common Nigerian. So I think we have a misplaced priority.
Yusuf, can you kindly look at Nigeria's reward structure? How much does the average civil servant earn? And what does he input into Nigerian development? How much does the Nigerian teacher earn? And what does he bring to the table when it comes to national development? How much does our intellectual earn? And look at his contribution to national development. The Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, does it look at the salaries of politicians alone, or should it? Or does it look at Nigeria's reward structure and what people, what professionals, what operatives are contributing to national development?
My response to this will not be restricted to the salaries of the public office holders. I would want to relate it to the state of the nation, and then maybe spirit of nationalism and commitment of a civil servant or make Nigerians to public service. You can't, if we have a problem that nobody is really focusing on, which is corruption in our political lives, in our economic lives, in the social life, in everything, all facets of our life. Corruption is a major impediment to national development. Okay, now if you look at, now we talk about election at times, we'll begin to look at maybe officials of INEC, security agencies, political actors, the judicial officers, and also everybody is expected or expect something personal, a form of reward, okay, through the back door from and one of the, if we must be realistic, you understand that the salaries or basic earning of an average Nigerian worker cannot give him the basic needs of life. There's no, what is the minimum wage, for instance, for an average worker? I think it's about 7-something thousand naira. Yeah. So 7-something, what is the cost of one bag of rice? And then maybe wonder what, before you talk about transportation, if you take, if you want to fill a car that has maybe one tank is 80 liters, for instance, so that's the end. One month salary is gone, and you know, so what it means is that as a civil servant, you cannot own a car, you cannot feed yourself, you can talk more of medical services, and then taking care of your family. So if this is like this, if this is the reality, what it means is that people will be forced to innovate their own ways because we must survive. So in the course, that innovation will now come in form of corruption, that people will find it difficult to do what is right, because you will constantly try to circumvent the rules to ensure that you meet up with the basic necessities of life. So we have serious problems that cut across all aspects of our life. If the right thing must be done, we must look at the foundation to our problem, and which is corruption. And then, why are we corrupt? Why do people do what they do? So we must look at the basics. So it's a whole lot of problems that we need to look at. Nigeria, we can't get the result that we want sincerely with the way things are. It didn't just start today. Okay, it has been a problem. It's a cumulative thing. Okay, look at what is the value of the currency, the naira itself. So these things are.
Yeah, but you see, the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission is considering political office holders. In this analysis, you have drawn attention to the fact that the earning of the average civil servant cannot take him home. A bag of rice clears his 1 month salary. A bag of, a full tank in his vehicle, his 1 month salary is gone. So if this commission were to be fair and equitable, it have laid out a framework for reassessing national reward structure. That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, if you say, let us review the salaries of these political office holders, and you leave the worker, are you not leading the worker into temptation? Because he'll be more innovative in looking after himself.
Yes. I'm not an economist. I'm a farmer.
Yeah, I'm in the studio now.
So
I'm a farmer.
But commonsensically,
yes,
no society survive focusing on consumption. For me, in my own layman perspective, you can't. The more you increase, there's some. At least in my elementary economics, there's what they call is it demand
supply?
Demand push inflation.
Yes.
Okay. That the more people have,
ask for something,
the more so there's inflation resulting from the availability of funds in people. But what can that fund? Because the more you increase, the man who is selling goods and services in the market was, this is profile. I think I should also increase.
Yeah.
You know, so things like that. I don't know why, but what I think we should look into as Nigeria is looking domesticating the solutions to our problem. Now, for instance, the president is outside the country seeking investors. I don't know how you will bring in someone to come and invest in a society that the requisites for investment is absent. And what are these requisites? First, let's look at the judiciary. I've been saying this for some time, that where you have a judicial system that is not really sincere to its citizenry, it will be difficult for someone from outside to come and invest using that same law. The NBA conference yesterday, I was listening to the Sultan of Sokoto. I read something too about former President Goodluck Jonathan, and it confirmed, it strengthened my position in the past, that where you have a situation that the judicial system will say or will make different and conflicting pronouncement on one issue, nobody will trust your system. Courts of coordinate jurisdiction, delivering contradicting judgment or giving orders, okay, that do not reflect justice. Nobody will trust your system. Where the political system or the political class will determine the outcome of judicial interpretation. That's a problem. We must begin to look at these things. Look at energy, for instance. Now, after all, from the period of Obasanjo, the amount of the billions of naira, billions of dollars that have been pushed into energy, go from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Jonathan to Buhari and this present administration, and then at the end of the day, we have the government making budgetary allocation for our solar energy system in the villa. So that tells you how low we have gone. Then what about security? People can no longer go to the farm the way we used to. So what are we producing? So we must begin to look at, yes, nobody go in isolation, but I think we should predominantly look inward to see, do we have, for everything we want to do, we go out, we bring in the man in China, the man in the United States, the man in some of this. No, we have some of these people who are better. We have them in here. Why can't we domesticate, at least fix our own schools and then begin to look at what do we have? We can't survive it. Looking at the external world to come and resolve the problem in Nigeria, sincerely,
I don't see us getting. Let us look at the likely consequence of this this move by Revenue Allocation and Fiscal Commission on Nigerian politics. At 1.5 million naira per month, I want to believe, for the president. They say the salary is low. About 1 million naira for the Senate president and the rest, they say it's not good enough. Now, these salaries are not good enough. Yet, people are committing murder, stealing ballot boxes, using thugs to go into an office whose salary is so small, according to the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission. He said the salaries of these political office holders are not adequate for the times. Yet when they go for election, they do every other thing. And I'm talking with you this morning because you are the leader of the umbrella that governs the political parties. Your members.
I'm not the leader. I'm just the chief servant.
Okay.
So what we do, we don't have executive powers.
Yes, but we don't advise.
But we advise.
We have a voice.
And these advices we have been constantly we give. Okay, inside we give, outside we give. The same thing that we are saying now. Of course, we are saying about how we are trying the best we can. We are doing it. We have never stopped. Okay. We have never shied away from telling the truth as it is. We discuss this within, we discuss this outside. We tell it is a serious aberration. You see, this corruption, if we don't kill it, it will kill us in a very short time. Because we lie to ourselves a lot on the reality of our situation. Just like you said, why do we have to continue to circumvent the rules? Why do we seek these offices? Is it for us? Is it for the people? If you are seeking this office because you want to serve the people, why do you want to serve the same people? I said something earlier that we must make these things revenue and fiscal commission must make these things open to people. We have to know exactly what goes. Apart from salaries, what are the other allowances? That we should know these things. If you don't know this thing, we'll just be talking in the air. You have not disclosed publicly what goes into the pockets of this office, the buyers of these offices, okay, in the name of salaries, in the name of allowances. At times the salaries are even insignificant, but some of the most of the allowances that go. So these are the things that Nigerians need to know, so we can cross-examine this thing objectively.
Well, earlier yesterday, we had a conversation on the outcome of rerun election in ENUGU State, where somebody in prison won election, where there was allegation that the other parties did everything to stop him from winning, where it was alleged that a minister came with dogs to disrupt the electoral process. You know why I'm raising that matter? It's because for people to invest violence, to invest their money, to be able to disrupt or to win an election, is it just for the service they want to render, or is it for this paltry sum of money which the commission says they will earn?
I need clarification. When you say somebody in prison, is it somebody who is having a jail term or somebody who is just in detention?
The man has been sentenced. Let me give his name, if I remember still. The man has been sentenced to 7 years in prison. When now a magistrate court, just a minute, let me give you all the information. But he has appealed.
Okay.
He has appealed.
Okay.
So his case is, but confirmedly, a magistrate court has sentenced him to 7 years in prison. Okay. But he's got an appeal.
Okay.
So the appeal has not been heard. So he cannot call him a convict. But the point I'm trying to make therefrom is that the struggle to enter that position is so much that it warrants querying if this paltry salary is what is attracting such investment.
I think we should separate this. We should separate this. If we are talking of a man who is on trial.
Yes. No. The point I'm making is people are investing to stop him. They are investing resources. They are investing thuggery to stop him from earning a paltry salary.
No, well, it is not about this. We just said this. It's not about the salary. It's about let me say, when I say the other variables, okay, the other variables in the office which is not made public, and then the effect of corruption. You see, the by-election, it's not just the by-election. We need to do, we need to know, we need to see, to review why people seek political office. So this problem is deep. Honestly, I just pray that as politicians we don't destroy the system the way it is, but we are. What is happening today is not encouraging, honestly, and I just pray that we don't derail these things, because it's all about our interests, not about the interests of the people. What are we seeking? When you begin to review what, at times you see somebody occupying political office, you ask yourself, how did this man get there? Are you getting what is this? What does what society, you know? So now, what do we really want? And apart from, even the common Nigeria is guilty of some of these things, because some of us do not want to sacrifice. Okay, yes, there's poverty, but then we can, this small money that we get from selling our votes to, or trying to circumvent the rules, it cannot solve our problem for that day. So why can't we just sacrifice? Why do you have to sell your vote? Because the moment you sell your vote, you cannot call the person to account for his stewardship. So it's a vicious circle. But on the other way, the level of illiteracy is another problem. So people do not even understand. You understand? People do not even understand. For them, or for some of the people at the grassroots, okay, you are only helping the man to go and make his own. So let me just collect my own now. So it's a lot of anachronism. But yes, we are at our own level trying as much as possible to sensitize the people on the need to do what is right. But there's one thing that we have been speaking against, and then appealing to the National Assembly to review and possibly strike out, maybe expand the functions of INEC, or the role of INEC to cover conduct of election at the local level. Even though there are no perfect elections, the election conducted by INEC is far better than elections conducted by state independent electoral commissions, even though all of them are makings of law. Because what the state independent electoral commission does is nothing but mockery of democracy, because it's just you to sit down and then the governors, respective governors of the state, just bring in whoever they want and then write the names and put there. It's nothing. There's no election. So because of this knowledge that the man as the grassroots, because local government as the third tier of government is the lowest and the closest government to the people. So democracy is supposed to begin from this level. But now that the people cannot separate the elections conducted, or they don't even know, all they know is that for any election is INEC. The body now the election in their own knowledge. Yes, we are doing a lot to separate these things, to make Nigerians see what is the confidence in the system. The thing is the same thing. So for at least if they write whatever they want, because some of this in the local government election there are no ballot boxes, there are nothing, and then partly what happened the last by-election. It's a very shameful act, okay, on part of some government officials, very embarrassing, okay, that a small by-election, people have to colonize the system, just smuggle the ballot boxes. They did not allow in conspiracy with a few INEC officials who are there. There was no election in some places where I went to vote. There's no election. They just announced and then all the rubbish. So some of these things we really need. We have a long way to go. I must say this. I've seen a lot. You know why I raise that matter? Because as this revenue mobilization tries to increase the reward to the political office holders, vying for those positions becomes more attractive. It becomes a reason to insist on getting there by all means. You see, these salaries are not really anything. It's not the salaries. The allowances. My point is, Revenue and Fiscal Mobilization Commission, please make public what the salaries and allowances of the public office holders are to Nigerians. Then Nigerians will be able to scrutinize. But it's not. Well, I've seen video of a senator recently somewhere in the southwest who said every senator has taken home, is it to 2 billion naira? Yeah. And House of Arrest, I don't remember 1 billion. Nobody has said no. A senator in Kano, when somebody came out to say the take-home pay is about 1 point something, he's a sitting senator. He said, no, it's not true that his take-home pay is about 20 million. So, but the commission have not been able to come out to say this is exactly what it is. So, still, Nigerians are in the dark. If you are increasing from what to what? What are the salaries? What are the allowances? So, it is not clear to the average Nigerian what is even I'm going to drag you into asking for what ought to be the reaction of President Ahmed Tinubu, and I'll tell you why. He on his own has said that more funds are accruing to the federal government or to the federation as a result of the policies he's putting in place, and more monies are going to the states and the local governments to be able to change the circumstance of Nigerians. Does it mean that because there's more fund coming in, the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission must have created a means to expend that money on what doesn't improve national development? More funds as the numbers. There's a difference between the numbers of these funds and the value of this fund. What's the exchange rate of the dollar about 3 years ago? It was about 700 and something naira. 700 and something naira to a dollar. Okay. I remember I was in Kigali and what is the name of their money? This Rwandan shilling, Amafaranga. It's one. Then it was $1 to 1,000 Amafaranga. I was making the assumption that our own is even better. Our own is about 700 and something. But I think a few months later we overtook them and. So that then what the naira could buy is different from that time. With about 18,000 naira, 20,000, you can fill your tank, and but now you are paying times 3 or 4 of all those. So for me, it is a value. It's not the number. It's not the name. So if you give 1 million naira now. I don't want to say some things, honestly. It's funny. So you see, it is not, we just need to know what they take, exactly what they take in form of salaries and allowances. That is one. Secret. 2, what we need to do. You see, Obafemi Awolowo, he said something. He said, if you are solving a problem, you must look at the the root of your problem. You can't solve a problem by addressing the stems of the tree of the problem, the symptoms of the problem. Let's digress, for instance. Yes. Let's insecurity. Insecurity today. For every day we have humongous budget to Kano fighter jets. Very mighty budget for the security, but is this proportionate to the result we get? The answer is no. The more budget, the more killings, the number of insurgents. For every day, Boko Haram members, they repent, they bring them, and more. So the question is, where are these people coming from? Are they Nigerians? If they are Nigerians, what is their problem? Why would the Nigerian want to destroy his own country? What kind of education are we giving our people that they want to destroy themselves, that they want to slaughter their own brothers? What do they stand to benefit? Where are they getting the resources for this thing? Where do they stay? Okay, fine, some of the weapons that they are bringing in, because just like any other thing you buy you import, well, like vehicles or some of these things, there are serial numbers for some of these things. So I think every gun, every ammunition that you bring it from, there you know where is it produced. If it is produced from a particular company, who did this for this number to that number, because we are getting them, who came to buy these things. So if you know who bought these things, who bought them, who brought them, who imported them, and who cleared them. So I think for me, the way the world is today, some of these things are traceable, you know. So but somehow the more you look, the less you see. So we have to look at these things. Why do we have this thing going on? About bridges, not about bridges. No, is it how called passes? I'm trying to figure out the name of the scholar who tried to categorize people's responses to social situations. The social theory of anomy is how called passing. Theory of anomy, okay, how people react. He categorized them in the 5 stages. People conform, some people innovate, some people retreat, some people ritualize, and some people rebel against the system. So what does he mean? That people, those who conform plus, they accept the values and the means of attaining these values in the society, and the second group will, okay, no, so we accept the value, but because the means is not really available, okay, or accessible, they innovate their own ways, and this innovation will come in form of armed robbery, in form of prostitution, in form of kidnapping, in form of all they want is a value, but they have to innovate their own ways. Then some deviation, yes. Then some will now retreat into drugs, just to get that utopian or utopianistic satisfaction, by creating a vacuum that, okay, the world that doesn't exist. And then some will ritualize. That's where you have the born again, the born againistic idea that we will go to maybe in Islam, where it's like, okay, fine, let me just, since there's a war, another world after here, why not let me just follow the rules and according to the dictates of the scriptures, and when I die I have a golden building and all. Then the last group will say, no, we must rebel against the system. Okay, no, you have some boys in the southeast in the name of Biafra, you have some boys people in the west in the name of Odua people and all that. So these things are symptomatic of the problems that we have refused to address. Why do we keep killing them? And their numbers keep swelling. What is the rationale behind it? You understand? So we must, one, first response for me, the spirit of nationalism, political nationalism, economic nationalism is dead. The original Boko Haram came as a result of discontent that if we have all this book, all this knowledge, all these books, and the books is not giving us the result. So then why do we need it? Let's do away with this book. And that is how they started by attacking schools, attacking bureaucratic organizations and all that. Before it was hijacked, okay? We have seen publications, army generals coming to say he identified, he was close to, he arrested Boko Haram sponsor, but he was arrested, detained, and then dismissed. So those are terrible symptoms. So it is, our problem is deeper. It's deeper. So who is the criminal? Who is the sponsor of the whole crime? Who is covering the you know, Zamfara State Governor recently came out openly to say, okay, we arrested bandits, okay, but there was an instruction from nowhere or somewhere that they should be released. So all these things, we need to be sincere to ourselves, to the system, so these problems don't end up consuming all of us. I hope it doesn't go all of us. It will get to a point that the center will no longer hold. And both, if you think you are benefiting today, your children, or you think your children outside, whether you like it or not, there's a home. There is a home. There is a home. You see, Dantele, the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, is my guest today. We should take a short break, and when we return, we begin to interrogate the likely consequences of this move by the Revenue Commission to increase the remuneration or salaries indeed of political office holders on the civil servants, their morale, on the other layers, on the universities, and the restiveness that is likely to. Nigerian Labour Congress is already warning that this is insensitive and unacceptable. That will be when we come back. Please stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, let me welcome you back. Let me first mention the groups that have already raised their voices against this proposed increase. First, a number of socio-political groups, the opposition parties, the Nigerian Labour Congress, the Arewa Consultative Forum, the Middle Belt Forum, they have all condemned this move, including IPAC. And IPAC here now, describing it as provocative, insensitive, selfish, and ill-timed. Now, if this array of Nigerian groups and interests are rising against it, should the Commission not reconsider its position? Yusuf.
May God help us.
Amen.
It is not even something to consider at the moment. So it's not even a matter of reconsideration. It's not a variable to consider at this time of our national life. No. Look at the average Nigerian. Who are they representing? The people you are representing, that you are asking for higher remuneration
to represent
them. What is the life? How do they live? Are they living like human beings? So it is not something to even consider in the first place. If you want to consider, okay, fine. If you want to bring it on board, what exactly is the current take-home pay of?
Let me give you figures, and these are from the same Revenue Commission, not total figure. It says the president currently earns 1.5 million.
It's not this, excuse me, sir.
Yes, I'm quoting the commission. He presently earns 1.5 million monthly. Minister take home less than 1 million. Senators less than 1 million. And he says this has persisted since 2008. Now, you've already argued that this is not a total picture. Why does the commission not give us a total picture instead of giving us half fact or half truth?
You see, I said it before, I'm repeating it, we have to stop lying to ourselves. We have to stop lying to Nigerians. If we want to do, if we want to be fair to ourselves, we must always tell ourselves the truth. You don't bring these figures out and to deceive Nigerians, and bring out all the things. Print out the details of what you dispensed, even if it's for a month, within this period. Nigerians will know exactly what. For me, this is rubbish. So what is this? This is no justification. Why are we lying to ourselves? Is it because of this that people are killing and doing all the things because they want to go to public office and trying to circumvent? And is it because of this out of this that they use in recruiting thugs, paying the judiciary or members of the judiciary to circumvent the constitution? So this is nothing to discuss.
Now, Yusuf, before I took the break, I said we are going to consider when we come back the implication of this for the morale of the lower level in a public service. Now, a level grade 10 officer, for instance, 8 officer, for instance, now knows that his minister, whose total package he knows, don't forget, the commission may not tell us, but finance officers in these ministries know, because the monies are drawn from the system.
And some of the people who are against this thing also were there. Some of those in the position to do were there. So they were beneficiaries. So they know exactly what you are talking about.
So you see why I'm asking this question?
So I will lie to ourselves.
When the commission insists, or if the commission insists and raises this, what is the likely consequence on the morale of the civil servant, those below them?
Whether they do, whether they don't do, we are only saying don't complicate or don't compound matters. If not, it's already there. It's already in the public domain. What are some of these things that are happening? But we are only saying do not go further to complicate or compound the problem. An average Nigerian worker is working. He's always thinking how to make his life better, okay, which of course this basic earnings cannot guarantee or doesn't guarantee. So you will end up promoting corruption because others want to meet up. They know what you are doing. So this corruption, for all the things that we have all the laws, but the system have conditioned Nigerians to be corrupt. Today, after stealing public funds, you go back to your village, they give you one shift and sit out too, okay, and then you want to be governor. you want to be president, you want to be a senator. Now, look at some of the people who are vying for governorship, senatorial position today. A lot of them were some who were maybe public service, retired military officers. You see likes of retired general police and all that. So now, how did it come about? We know how expensive the system is. The election doesn't elect in Nigeria overnight. You understand? So, my appeal to all of us, whether in public service or outside, there is problem in Nigeria. Corruption have done so a very big damage to us, and is still doing. We must be sincere. All the societies we are running to, taking our children to the schools, they are going to attend their hospital or health facilities, and going to have a second home. Is this how they survive? No. They operate transparent system. Do they steal like this? No. So if we will always continue to compare our rate of development or to these societies, okay, and feel they are better, we should look at what we give to the system, how we have run our own lives, how we have deliberately damaged our own lives, our own system, okay, and then coming back again to condemn. You don't expect the man who works as a gate man, fine, to be too committed, okay, or your subordinate, let me use that, to be committed to making the system better when he knows that what you do is to collect the money and yet you are being given more to continue to be not sincere to the system. So we just need to review our public lives. We need to review our social economic life. We need to love this country. Nigeria has given so well to some of the people, okay, who are leaders today. If you have benefited from Nigeria, why do you want to destroy it? Why won't you at least make it better for those who are yet, okay, who are coming up? They need to have confidence in the system. Okay, Nigerians trying to now a lot of organizations are selling ideas in Nigeria about having series of different types of passport. Okay, all in the name of trying to Japan, of course. You know, so let me draw your attention to something. I've been thinking, looking at how to handle it a little carefully, so that I don't get misunderstood. When a soldier in the front of operation, whose life is at risk every second, who complains that his allowance is small or is not properly regularly paid, who feels the absence of his family while he's in the field of operation, gets to know that the minister who is profiting from corruption, a minister who's flown his children to UK to study, a minister who has built a new house a little more expensive than government house in the States and is showing it off, and that soldier gets to hear, that police corporal gets to hear, that civil defense officer gets to hear that in their positions the revenue mobilization allocation and fiscal commission is giving them more money without considering his own sufferings and the life he puts at stake to defend Nigeria. What is the likely consequence of the morale of that soldier or that police officer or that naval officer? there's nothing to be careful about. There's nothing you are saying that is bad. You are only describing the situation or analyzing the situation, and then people's the responses are, of course, natural. You see, today, when I was younger, you cannot even discuss giving bribe to soldier. Are you getting me? You want to do soldier money? You can't. I will ask you to put that money in your mouth and be doing wrong job. But today, of all the checkpoints you go to, now you have military personnel, you have one civilian standing somewhere by the side who is taking the money while they are for them. Soldiers take 20 naira now. Before it was known to only a few in the police, but now it's no longer. If you are discussing with some soldiers or military personnel, they have what they call officers and the soldiers. So when you say the officers are different and then the soldiers are or rank and file, how they call it. You see, the thing is that we must fix Nigeria. Nobody will come and fix it for us. Corruption has done tremendous damage to us. Wallahi. But that doesn't mean we don't have good Nigerians. We have a lot of good Nigerians. Are you getting me? But we need more to make things better. There are people trying to make things better a lot. Okay? Like this, when you said the president talked about the volume of money given, the same president came out to say, ask your governors, I gave them this, I gave them that. What are they doing with it? The same president, the Attorney General of the Federation went to the Supreme Court, okay? And then the federal government won that matter, that there should be direct disbursement of allocation to the local government. But up till now, it's not implementable because the governors they are still holding the system hostage. They are not implementing financial autonomy. So the same way we are trying to see that Nigerians elect their local government chairman and councillor. So the governments are too powerful. But we are still appealing. Don't push Nigerians to the wall. If you push Nigeria to the wall, the result will affect all of us. But we don't want to get to that point. It is not good. We have to be careful. Let's build a system that will at least our generations. Because how long are you even living on earth? How long? No matter what. It's just a short period, and then. But what have most people who have made names, who have globally, it's not about the volume of money that they accumulate, but the legacies they left behind. Okay? So this system must not go down. And I will appeal to Nigerians too. The common man, please don't sell your votes. While you vote, try to be there to protect your votes too. For those who are in public office, be careful. History will remember you for whatever role you played today. There are people after taking all these things, they don't even have the health to enjoy these things. They go here and they are going to hospitals and running back. Because most of these are costs money. We must fix Nigeria. We must look at the schools. If you are a minister, check yourself. The school you are, the schools under your administration, is it worthy of you putting your children? If you are the Minister of Defense or the Inspector General of Police or Chief of Defense Staff, sincerely, can you walk straight to on your street, in your village, in your home without backups? If you are Commissioner for Health, the hospital is under your administration, or Commissioner for Health in the state, can you confidently go there to be attended to health-wise, we should begin to ask ourselves.
In other words, there's more to it than raising salary.
Yeah. So if you are minister of our roads or commissioner of our roads, the roads you are sincerely, can you ply it? You understand? We must not destroy this country. Nigeria is God's own country. It's still beautiful. I love this country. And I know the majority of us love this country. But we must not, with our actions and inactions, destroy it. Nigeria is going down.
Well, we pray that Nigeria doesn't go down.
Yes.
Yusuf Dantale, the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, has been my guest in the past 55 minutes to 56 minutes. We've been interrogating the move by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission to increase the salaries of public office holders from this president down to governors and all that. And his position is there's something even more serious: corruption. Why do people invest so much to arrive there? Is it because of 1.5 million? It's not it, he says. Attend to it before that corruption attends to us. And let me borrow from him, God forbid, that corruption should kill us. We will kill it. Let's thank Yusuf for coming to the program. Yusuf, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Great.
Sir. Thank you so much.
This conversation never ends, of course. You know, it continues day after day. Let's meet again next edition. I'm Mabueza Njoku. Good morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Friday morning here in the Federal Capital Territory. Not to worry, we are going to brighten your day. But let me start this way. What does it take really to run a nation? How complicated is it to run a nation? Can it not be simplified? Since basic needs of any peoples are known. In a country that has its systems, what does it take to operate those systems? You earned 20 naira, you needed to spend 30 naira, you had to borrow 10 naira. Maybe my questions are simplistic, but let me tell you, in the course of this conversation, you'll get to know why I ask these questions. Bajabia Mila, 800 billion naira APC money. Are they the signs of the times? That's the issue we're discussing this morning. And my guest is Newton, let me put on my glasses because these eyes are aging. Newton Oshemaye. Newton Oshemaye is of Action Aid Nigeria. Newton, you're welcome.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Newton, I'm going to tell you something. Nigerians never prompted APC governors who few months back told this country that they contributed 800 billion naira for the presidential campaign of their principal, Ahmed Tinubu. It was not information that was put in the public space by the opposition. It was not information that was put in the public space by nosy journalists. It was not public information, it was not information put in the public space by security investigation. It was APC governors on their own who told Nigerians that they contributed 800 billion naira into an account being administered by the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma. So there's no blackmail, there's no opposition meddlesomeness in the information that the governor themselves put in the public space. So this morning, we've kept calm over it, and Nigerians seem to be riding over, continuing. But this morning, we said, let us look at it, Newton. The rest of the story is this: that the 800 billion was deducted from allocations, federal allocations to the contributing states by special arrangement between the governors
and officials of the Ministry of Finance. Newton, what I'm trying to paint, which I'm trying to paint for us, for us to begin this conversation, is a process. FAC, Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, determines what goes to each state. That's a process for making those monies available to the states. That process was abridged, undermined, or corrupted. Instead of the money going to the state governments, part of the money, according to the APC governors, not me, not you, not the opposition, not security, was taken and put elsewhere. Newton, what does that tell about the process, his strength or his weakness, his accountability, and his capacity to serve the public?
Well, thank you very much. I have been an anti-corruption crusader for over a decade now in Nigeria, and some of the things that we see right now, they are really not new to us. Just that they are playing out openly and playing out in a way that it is even the perpetrators of this crime, if you like. They are the ones who are also coming out now to tell the world what they are doing. What it means is that there is a complete breakdown in terms of how systems are working, especially our public financial management system is terrible in Nigeria. Governors no longer take directive. Governors are no longer guided by the public management, finance management documents, first and foremost the budget of the country. They have a way of manipulating the budget. So they decide over public resources as if it's their own personal resources. Again, like I said, it's a clear case of a breach of system, of laws and regulations in the country. And in a sane society, some people should be in jail by now for even confessing that. They should be in jail and the investigation should have commenced. But again, both the person that should be investigated and those who investigate these people, they are all in the same establishment, which is the establishment that we struggle from our own end today to overthrow. Let me quickly say this. When we begin to see this kind of things playing out, it means there is a bigger problem, and the problem is that democracy is gradually dying. There is a concept by political scientists is called hybrid regime. A hybrid regime is where democracy is presented to the world as if it's functioning properly. You have independent electoral commission
by name.
You have the legislature by name. You have the judiciary by name. You have the executive by name. You have all the checks and balances that is presented to the world as it is happening. But in the real sense, the executive has hijacked the legislature, has hijacked the judiciary, and has hijacked the system completely. And everything that happens within that government is skewed towards favoring the ruling party. That is where we are right now in Nigeria. So more of this will happen. It's been happening. It's just that this one is coming out clearly to us. It's been happening because the waste and the mismanagement of governors, we have questioned it over time. That what is happening? Tinubu government has said that we've made more revenues, we've made more money, and we've given more money to these governors. And reports are showing that the rate of poverty is climbing. In fact, the IMF and the World Bank just released a report this year that by the end of 2026, they are projecting that our poverty level will be around 140 million in a population of 250 or 240 thereabout. What it means is that about 60 to 70% of people will be living in poverty. So this is a reflection that the resources that should go for road, the resources that should go for schools, the resources that should go for hospitals, the resources that should go for basic things that the poor could access to make life better for them, they are diverted into all kinds of things. Before I allow you, now 800 billion, maybe it's for election, maybe. And INEC law, the Electoral Act says that the limit for presidential election, the limit for presidential election is 5 billion. That's the limit. That's the cap. So when government begin to contribute 800 billion for that same purpose, the question is, who now use the Electoral Act to bite? Is the Electoral Act just a paper that when people breach the Electoral Act, nobody bites? So these are the cases that we are seeing, and the terrible situation that this government and even some successive government have actually plunged Nigeria into. What it means is that the rate of out-of-school children will go up. The rate of maternity health death and what have you will go up. Bad roads will go up. Rate of crime will go up. Kidnapping will go up, because these are all fallout of a broken system.
Newton, I do not want to tread the path of some of my younger colleagues who call Nigeria a huge joke. That's an insult which I don't subscribe to. Let us query the institutions and the system. It is illegal, it is wrong, it is unlawful within the public service rules and regulations to undermine the financial process. That financial process has been undermined by the open admission of those who undermined it.
Absolutely.
What institution should be reacting? The National Assembly,
who has the oversight function.
Have they raised a whip? Or there was an expression I used in off-camera conversation. Have we developed an impervious political leadership that public sentiment, public opinion doesn't bother them, even when that public opinion is born out of facts? Should National Assembly not have reacted to this? Is it all a matter of partisan politics?
The thing is this. You are only accountable and responsible to the people that you think actually voted you into power. But if your processes or the process that brought you into power is faulty and he does not take credit from the people, it's purely authoritarianism. That's what it is, that you brought yourself into power. And that is what I was trying to explain. Hybrid regime is just a step away from authoritarianism. It's actually authoritarianism in disguise, where the legislature can no longer speak, they no longer carry out their functions. The judiciary can no longer carry out their functions. And the executive is becoming reckless by the day, and nobody questioned them. The big stick, which is the check and balances that should be able to correct all these abnormalities, is broken completely. The legislature cannot call. You saw what happened recently, that a committee summoned the MNPC managing director, and he refused. He declined.
In a democracy.
He declined.
And nothing happened.
Nothing happened, and he went further to say that instead of him responding to them, he was already calling names in the National Assembly of people who are benefiting from a rot. So that's, in other words, we are co-thieves. Exactly. That unholy matrimony, if you like, that unholy matrimony between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary is what is playing out. In fact, that weakens the system, because now the institution that should have played that oversight function to say, wait a minute, do you have the responsibility or do you have the powers to disburse money.
If you cannot pay the governors, you query the financial system at the center.
So when such things happen, they can't do anything because they are neck deep in the whole arrangement. It's an establishment. I don't want to use the word gang. It's an establishment of people who are in the same corrupt system. So I can tell you the only way out of this is that Nigerians must get the necessary political education, like we are having this conversation now. The necessary political education that will drive Nigerians into actions. Because Nigerians are taking this as a norm.
That's where I was headed to.
Nigerians are taking this as a norm. And why they're taking it as a norm is because the sufficient political education to drive their political consciousness, to drive them into action is really not happening. Like I said, that is one way Action Aid is playing its own role to make sure that people are sensitized of what is going on right now so that they can take actions against their governor. Now, in around 2007 to 2010 thereabouts, civil society cried out that there is huge opacity in terms of how monies are disbursed from FAC. So mandated the Federal Ministry of Finance that regularly, on every month basis, you must publish whatever allocation that you are giving to each state. It must be disaggregated per state and per local government, so that people will know exactly what comes into the coffers of the state and the local government. It started. And people were using that to do advocacy and actions and monitor how monies were spent. And of course, if you can't even monitor, you will know how much your governor has received. Government became very, very careful. After some time, that process died. So what they do now, they don't disaggregate anymore. They just lump it up, and all the states go so billion, and the federal government goes so billion. We are back to that state of opacity, where the process of disbursing public resources to these governors are no longer made public. And what I think we also call that information imbalance. Information imbalance or information asymmetry is also deliberate by this establishment. It's deliberate because the more information you get, the more power you get to actually make a case or even take actions. But if you are starved of information, you cannot do anything. The reason why we are having this conversation this morning is because we have information around this.
That's true.
If we don't have information around this, we won't even have this conversation in the first place. So it's a deliberate attempt of the government to starve the people of the necessary information that will drive them to actions, because of the atrocities, because of the criminality, and because of the kind of things that they do, the kind of arrangement they do. How can you? I need to mention it because it's already in the public. As a Senate president, you will have your children in NNPC. Your name was mentioned. So when the matter was coming out, the man who was driving the matter, that man became your enemy automatically because you were protecting your personal interest. Now the thing is, if we must go forward, public interest must again override private interest.
How do we get about it? Because Newton, why I'm trying to push us to interrogate this matter is because some young boys, young men out watching us this morning, we say, look at them now, they're so fussy about the matter now because they never get their turn. A national attitude is recruiting tomorrow's leaders into a culture of this is how to do it.
Yeah.
And those agitating against it, come on, these people are making nasty noise. In other words, we are progressively normalizing.
It's normalized. I'm sorry, it's normalized already. It's normalized. It's corruption. Corruption is like a norm right now in Nigeria, but they don't want to call it corruption. They just see it as, go and take a piece of cake. I give you a very good instance. I was in my state. I'm from Edo State. I was having a conversation with some of my colleagues from Canada who came together. We were pushing for a particular candidate, and I said, I have a concern that this person might not be able to represent the interest of the people if he gets into power. You know what he told me? They said that story or that narrative that I'm pushing now is of the old. It's of the old. That the present narrative is that what you get, what I get, is still narrative because they've seen it play out. They've seen it play out. Because when you've made all kinds of laws in Nigeria, there is this law that I think was going to change things, which is called the Unexplained Words Act.
Yes.
That all of a sudden you are seeing a very flamboyant lifestyle. The EFCC or the ICC will have the right
presumptuously arrest you, that you have to now explain why
they explain since all the assets in the first place. You go to court, the onus is reversed. It's on you to come and explain
how you made all this money.
I thought that was going to settle the problem if effectively applied. Unfortunately, that has not happened. That is why the likes of the FCT minister who come on national air to say, I have a Rolls Royce. Go back to history. You have never worked anywhere. You have never owned a company. You've never been a merchant of any business. And you've been in public office for a while. And you are coming to flaunt to the same public that, look, I have a Rolls Royce. Because that law wouldn't work. Because the same people who make this law, they also breach the law. So like if you ask me, the only way out of this is that, I don't want to use a very hard word, is that people must be sensitive enough to be able to take action. And we've not gotten the critical mass of Nigerians who will hit the street of Nigeria to say, no, enough is enough. This cannot continue. Of course, the establishment has also been able to weaponize power against the people because they know somebody who has not seen 10,000 naira for the last 5 months, if you give the person 20,000 naira, the person will begin to shift ground. So we must have that agreement as a people, not as. So it's going to be the people against this establishment until we come to that point.
Let us look at the people. You just said weaponizing poverty. Recruitment process, political recruitment process going on now. People who are going to be in the House of Representatives, senators, prospective governors, and all that. Let's query the process. Remember this conversation because of all this humongous amount of money, which we did not ask APC governors to tell us about. They on their own told us. We are using what they told us to have this conversation.
Yes.
The basis for recruiting people into political positions, as we are talking now, is how much do you have? How much do you bring into the coffers of the party?
Absolutely.
How much do you offer the party chairman? How much? How much? Nobody is considering trustworthiness. Nobody is considering competence, technical or managerial. All that is being considered is how can he fund this movement, this party, this campaign.
Absolutely.
Even when you are a known fraudster. But if you come out, the truth of the matter is that Bello Tuji, the Boko Haram leader, the bandit leader in Zamfara state, if he elects now to say, okay, I have stopped banditry, and he comes up with this lorry load of money, he can get a ticket.
I'm sure that's very correct.
What are we going to do to begin to give some measure of moral, ethical, decent value to those who are managing the processes for this recruitment into leadership? What can we do? Oh, are we done? Are we done? Are we dead and done?
No, not really. I think it might take some time, but then, like I said before, we need to build that momentum. And not just build it, we need to build it with the understanding of what we want to get out of it. Okay. It's unfortunate that they are here. Right now, if you look at the national, the name, there's a name that is trending right now, Badabia Miller issue is trending right now. The same Badabia Miller, don't forget, there was a case, allegation against him in the US. Okay? About all kinds of things that he did with his law firm. The Senate President has truckload of cases before the EFCC. He's the Senate President. There are some other names there in the even the governor of former governor of Abia State and others. These guys, they have cases with the EFCC. With the law. They've not been cleared. But they had the money. And the money paved the way for them into making laws that should have been keeping them down. So that's the problem. Until the people come to that consciousness that their destiny is stolen.
Isn't there anything that the judiciary can do for us?
Wow. That's isn't there this might be another conversation for another debate. I'm going to give you a quick story about the judiciary. Now, until the judiciary becomes independent, which it is not, there's nothing Nigerian judiciary can do. It's going to be selective. You know, maybe you take time to go and read literature about hybrid regime. You will see how this establishment captures the judiciary. They decide the kind of law. They decide the interpretation of the law. You just see all those names, all those justice and whatever. You see all of them sitting down there. But the real people who decide the interpretation and the outcome of justice, they are behind. So that is why you have election in Nigeria. Somebody is quick to tell you, go to court, vote to court. Somebody who rigged an election, openly rigged an election, or who came out fourth in the race, will quickly tell you, go to court. Because if he has confidence in the court, he has been able to buy the court.
He has bought his confidence. Okay, so it's a conversation for another day. Well, we'll take a short break now, very short break. And we go to something that is trending currently. Has Gbajabiamila really a case to explain to Nigerians? Again, we look at it from a failing system, not from an individual perspective. Please stay with us. Well, can see I'm putting on my glasses so that I can see clearly. So I want to read out something to you. Now, on January 24th, 2017, one gentleman, Prince Adeyemi Matthew, was reported in the media to have been elected as President General of the World Youth Organization. They were reported to have assumed duty on the in the UN headquarters in Geneva, or at the UN headquarters in Geneva in Switzerland on Monday, January 22, 2027. And he was to serve in that position for 5 years, which means his tenure would end in 2022. That Adeyemi Prince was reported to have been a former aide to former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. The police was subsequently to investigate that report and invest that gentleman. And there was no evidence that he did occupy the position he had later occupied, nor won the election into the office he purported to have won election into. That is the report. This same gentleman again, this same Prince Adeyemi Matthew, has surfaced again. He is reported to be claiming falsely, not my own words, that he was appointed the Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, quite a mouthful, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, and also another agency, Presidential Economic Advisory Council. And he parades letters of appointment to that effect. Ordinarily, these appointments would have meant nothing. After all, the presidency creates agencies and appoints people into those positions. But there's a problem here. The gentleman says the chief of staff to the president was asking him to let go quite substantial percentage of budgetary allocation to those two agencies, and that he had made an offer earlier of 400 million naira to secure those positions was occupying. The bribe is his business, not our business. But that allocation to those agencies were to be shared between him and Gajabia Miller is our interest here. Newton, I told you before we came on air that one of my senior colleagues said, why are you bringing these two things together? And I said, I'm trying to create a character profile. The first one, the same institutional failure, the same process. Yeah. Taking money and sharing out the money. And the same thing seems to want to play out here. But please let me also admit openly that the Right Honorable Batabia Miller has washed his hands of this nonsense. And that was why I brought up this first story. That if we are to gauge the person talking based on what was reported as police investigation of him, and the outcome established that it was not true, then his words may be doubtful. But he has said, one, that the BNN says to me that those agencies don't exist and therefore I could not have been given an appointment letter. But those agencies are in the 2026 budget. Allocations have been made to them. Those agencies have office in the Federal Secretariat and staff seconded from the office of the head of service. Those agencies, he has DSS details protecting him, police details protecting him. Yep. In other words, these are items for government legitimacy. Can I borrow the word of the lingo of some of my friends from Jamaica? Newton was wine.
I love this guy. You see, let me start from what you said that, the bribery case is his business. No, bribery case is a serious case in every single country, especially when it has to do with a public office holder. And again, whether Gajabia Miller is washing his hands off from this matter, it's not easily said that, I don't know anything about it. It's not easily said. First and foremost, I think the responsible thing to do is to resign from his office or step aside. Maybe not resign, step aside from his office until this case is properly trashed out, whether he's involved or not. And a competent court should be able to decide that. Not even the presidency can say that, because the allegation has to do with crime. And crime is a serious offense in every country. Bribery is a crime. EFCC Act, ICPC Act, even police section of the Police Act actually treat crime as a serious a crime against the state in the first place. I don't even want to say a crime against the people, a crime against the state. If you have used your public office in the first place to do deals, that's a crime against the state. It's bribery. I want to please, off
offer us more dimensions to this. One is the chief of staff said that there are no agencies like that. I'm coming. So the crime of creating an agency, who created it? The agency. That's the who is setting it by our law. Agencies of state or institutions of state can only be created two ways. One, by the National Assembly, that's by the acts that pronounces so this entity is hereby established by the National Assembly. That's one. Then the second one is by executive order. The president can decide to create an office to make his work done. So, are you saying that the existence of this agency does not have recognition with the legislative process, or it does also not have recognition with the presidency? Now, if that is correct, how will Parliament recognize an agency that does not have recognition in each process? Is it a creation by it? Exactly. No law. Exactly. Creating it and giving it money. You give it money. Growing up, I used to hear of ghost workers. What we are beginning to see now is not just ghost workers, but we are beginning to see ghost institutions. Ghost institutions. So if we probe deeper, it means, listen, let me also share this. The way criminals think, the way perpetrators of all these people who breach the system, who bypass, circumvent the processes, the way they think. For everything that they are doing, they are building on something. It must have been done before successfully. A criminal can only come to your house, break into your house, take things away, and find out that that same route it took to get to your house is still open. It will come the second time. So there's a gap in the system. That's what it means. There's a gap in the system. And the oversight function of our legislature is not effectively carried out. Because these are things that whether the opposition party or members in the House should have also flagged this. Even if the APC members are going to say, okay, this is our own team, let's do it. Nobody flagged it. It means completely the oversight function is faulty. And to take public resources is mismanagement. And mismanagement is a serious issue. It's a serious issue. Mismanagement is enough for the Senate president and the authorities or group of persons who approve that particular budget. The Senate Committee on Appropriation. Yes, to completely leave the office. It's an impeachable offense. That's the truth. Again, when a particular party, I will keep making emphasis to that, in authoritarian system, you don't have checks and balances. Things just go seamlessly. I think this cries because the sharing formula had problems. Just like the first one. You know, I said I was trying to establish a character profile. The first one, the sharing formula. Now, the sharing formula had problems. Some years ago when House of Rep members were fighting and they are doing it, I keep telling some of my colleagues, I said, this fighting, forget it. There's a problem with the sharing formula. If the sharing formula was good, from the confession of the man, you can see that the whole issue boils down to sharing formula. Oh, I need this. No, this is not what with that game. I can't give you this. You can't have. That is the argument, and that is why this whole thing is out proportion. But let me also tell you, in a sane society, Adeyemi should not be running. There should be a law first and foremost to protect it, because one, it's a whistleblower. Two, it's a weakness. Yeah, let me give out public information. Yes. As at this morning, a publication by Premium Times indicates that Adeyemi has gone on the ground. Mm-hmm. And he said that his life was being threatened and there are moves to silence him. Again, if I go back to the first story, which I began this conversation with, I do not believe everything I hear, but I need to put it into public space so that those needing information to make up their minds would also know what to do with it. That was the latest report as at this morning.
Yeah, I've also read that report. That's what I'm saying. I'm even writing on that report that the likes of Adeyemi should not be hiding. It should be protected because there's a law called witness protection. That was the reason why that law was, I don't know whether it was passed into law eventually. That was why we were pushing for it. But if you have a witness, a permanent witness to a criminal case of this magnitude, first and foremost, the law should protect him. So if Adeyemi continues to run, who is going to give the evidence that this thing really happened? That's one. Then two, he's a whistleblower. He has blown the whistle. So the state agency should be able to protect him so that we don't lose the evidence. Because in the court of law, if you don't have the evidence, you don't have a case. So if Adeyemi continues to roll, what are we taking to the court to decide whether Gbadabi Amola was involved in all this or not? So that's the reality. Now, this also takes me to another point, that it is possible that most of the agencies and most of the items that are lined up in our budget every year, they are not real. It's a wake-up call for Nigerians. It's a wake-up call for Nigerians to go back and pick up the 2026. I don't want to even go back to 2025. Pick up the 2026 budget and scrutinize it properly and ask for where are these agencies? How were they created? Who are the people funding these agencies? We need to know. So that agencies again don't become channels of taking much needed resources for development into personal pockets.
Okay, my producer is giving the signal, but I will cave in very quickly. Just one last issue.
Yeah.
With this conversation this morning is essentially the failure of the system.
Completely.
Can you look at the consequence? What is this consequence of this kind of development for our national development?
The people. The consequence is the people. The people will go down more. They will suffer more. You're going to have, like I mentioned before, you're going to have more out of school children. You're going to have increase in crime. You're going to have more poor people. From our perspective, that is the dangerous thing for us. That more innocent people will suffer this. They won't be able to access hospitals. They won't be able to access good roads. They won't be able to access potable water. They won't be able to access school. And unfortunately, the women, children, and people in the village will disproportionately pay for this.
Well, almost 58 minutes I've been conversing with Newton Oshenaye of Action Aid Nigeria. The issues are quite serious, I must tell you. Even though they seem to fall into one thing, the failure of our systems, but that failure is also very big query on the character and of those who recruit into leadership. But let me conclude this conversation this morning by acknowledging the statement by one of my colleagues, Bayo Ononoga, in the presidency, who says we should not come to conclusions, we should not make a lot of statements about this matter because it could be sub judice because the case is in court. Well, let me remind Bayo that our teacher, late Dr. Olu Onagorowa, said to us that any court that is influenced by media opinion, any judge that is influenced by media opinion is not worthy of the bench on which he sits, because it means that judge cannot stand the fireworks of legal arguments. Because arguments come from both ends, it means that such a judge will be a reed in the wind. Wherever the argument comes, he bends that way. He's not guided by law. We will not leave this matter alone. It's a matter of public interest. We will not come to conclusions. We just put down the facts. This morning, let us, on your behalf, thank Newton Oshenaye. Newton,
thank you.
Thank you very much.